Oxford.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Griffin Laser Engraving in Lincoln is your authorized local dealer for personalized Yeti products. Get your Yeti customized for your team, a business, or a special event. Your color, graphics, even photos. At Griffin Laser Engraving, we make it the way you want it. Order just one or hundreds, and you'll find a full line of Yeti coolers and accessories on hand, even the hard-to-find items. Nationally recognized, but right here at home in Lincoln for quality awards, trophies, powder coating, and personalized Yeti items, Griffin Laser Engraving.
And welcome back to Struts Wings for our final segment of the Tuesday night high school football coaches show. Just enough time left for us to talk about some of the games on tap this Friday night. And, you know, let's start with the game of the week, guys. I think we've got a really good one ahead at Barney Hood this Friday night over at Southside. The Leeds Green Wave, the Southside Panthers, both of them lost their first game of the season, but since then, James, they've been perfect.
And both actually lost close games to start the season in week 0, but indeed almost kind of a replay of what last year's game was, because both teams had really good starts to the year and really kind of determined the type of seasons that these teams had afterward.
You know, it's really interesting how well Southside has adjusted after Gage goes down, because obviously he was a huge part of that team's offense and their mojo.
That's something I'm going to be really interested to find out from Miles Holcomb whenever I can reach to him before Friday.
All right, what games got your attention? I bet you're going to Oxford and Pell City Friday night for the big show.
Well, and I've got a story up on easportstoday.com. Oh, here it is over here again. I keep getting it wrong. The screen's looking backward at me, but yeah, there's two coaching homecomings this week with Steve Smith coming back to Piedmont for Westbrook Christian, and Russ Probst coming back to Calhoun County now with Pell City and to coach a game. It's going to be his first regular season game to coach in his native county in 31 years. And,
well, he won't be happy for long. Oxford's going to come into that deal with a mad on after Hartselle this past Friday night, and woe be it for the Panthers from across the bridge. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, well, and he, when I talked to him last night, he kind of acknowledged where Pell City's program is right now. He kind of sees Oxford as a place where he wants Pell City to be in 2 or 3 years, but I bet they're gonna be competitive for a little while though, at least.
Yeah, it'll be fun, that's for sure. And of course, both sides will enjoy the early minutes of it. But I think that one gets out of hand pretty quick. And we got to talk about Steve Smith returning to the Field of Champions in red instead of blue. And knowing Steve, I bet he wants that one pretty bad.
Well, the thing is, and this is the thing he talked about when we talked, he didn't really want to make it about him, because it's a game with two teams that really need to win the game for the playoffs.
Right.
And so there's a lot more going on there for those two teams, and really something more pressing. But yeah, I'm sure, there's some sentiment there for him. Of course, his wife is still coaching there in softball. His daughter is a senior there. Had it been one more week, it would have been homecoming, and his daughter would be homecoming queen. But it's I imagine it's going to be just from the stands perspective, it's just going to be an emotional pitch there that night.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine what will go through that man's mind when he walks out onto that field and it's not his field anymore.
and sees, players that were his players last year, some coaches that were his coaches last year, and of course they look over there and see him and see James Blanchard, and it's going to be
very emotional night at the Field of Champions, no doubt about it. All right, let's see what else is up this week that we've got our eyes on.
Well, Anniston and Hanley, I think it's going to be an interesting game in Class 4A Region 4.
Is there any way Anniston goes down there and pulls that off?
Well, I mean, you would certainly pick Hanley to win the game, but when you have athletes like Anniston has, you don't ever count them out. Looking down the list here, Munford and Lincoln, the Talladega County rivalry, I think might be an interesting game to go see. Interesting to see. Pleasant Valley was undefeated going into last week. And this week they're playing. I think Locust Fork is undefeated.
Yep, and on top of the region for sure.
And Pleasant Valley's got some injuries, so we'll see how they rebound.
All right, well, the graphics on the screen tell us it's time to say goodnight. We will see you Friday night from Barney Hood starting at 6:30 for the countdown to kickoff for the game of the week between the Leeds Green Wave and the Southside Panthers. See you Friday. We'll see you in 3 weeks, right?
Yes.
Got to do JSU on Tuesday nights. That's it for everybody. Jim Jacobs saying goodnight from Strutt's Wings here in Oxford.
A lot of people always wonder, how does your first-time buyers program work? Hey, I'm here to tell you that we do bad credit, good credit, even no credit at all. I even got down payments as low as $500, even got cards as low as $169 a month. So stop by, let's check it out. Let's see if we can get you approved today. Come by at 411 East Street North, Talladega, Alabama, 35160. Telephone number 205-332-7993. Let's come get you a bill deal.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
10, 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week makes the trip up to Gadsden here at Coosa Christian School in the Gadsden area as the Conquerors looking to take on a must-win situation against the Cedar Bluff Tigers here in Gadsden, as Cedar Bluff also facing a must-win game as far as their playoff hopes for a possible Class 1A playoff spot out of Region 7. And we wish you a happy Friday and a happy game day wherever you are watching us from. We're at Phillip Ellen Stadium here in Gadsden on the campus of Coosa Christian. James Hardy with you. Brandon Steele with us, keeping our coach, our man Eddie Bullock's chair warm when he returns next week. Eddie on a little bit of a family assignment, we'll say this week, but he'll be joining us next week for our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. And first off, Brandon, welcome into the broadcast with our FNN family this week, and a very interesting storyline as far as Coosa Christian that we'll get into in a little bit. But you look another Friday night, a homecoming for Coosa Christian, and for both of these teams, a really big game that has a lot of playoff implications tonight.
That's right, James. You was talking about that earlier about their sanctions they got hit with and how this is a must-win for the Conquerors. But, Cedar Bluff might have a little something to say about that. This is Friday the 13th. So
That's right. I had forgotten about that, actually. So we always know tricky things can happen on Friday the 13th, especially when we're 18 days away from Halloween.
Yes.
And you mentioned about Coosa Christian and the forfeited wins, obviously, with the HSAA cracking down on ineligible players as far as schools around the state this year. Coosa Christian was one of those, and actually one of the prime examples so far when it comes to what the HSAA has done in the 2023 season when it comes to handing out those sanctions. So officially, Coosa Christian is 1-5 on the season. They've had to forfeit 4 of those 5 wins, and ironically, all of their 4 wins on the field have been forfeited. They got their only win on a forfeit due to tragic circumstances in the Heritage Christian family out of Columbus, Mississippi, a couple of weeks ago. So actually for Coosa Christian, they were off last week, did not play on the field against Heritage Christian, and haven't played an on-field game since they faced Valley Head on the road on September the 22nd. So they've been off for 3 weeks, Brandon. So we'll see how rusty this Conqueror squad is tonight.
Yeah, that's what we was talking about, Cedar Bluff. Like I said, hustle beats talent when talent don't hustle. They've been off for 3 weeks now. There might be a little bit of game rust, and, it's going to be, who can make the fewer mistakes, control the line of scrimmage, and I'm really believing that, the Conquerors are going to run the football a lot, and so, we'll have to see if Cedar Bluff can have something to do about that.
Now, Cedar Bluff comes in with a 3-4 record under a first-year head coach, and Garrett Crane has done a rock-solid job as far as the Tigers program this season. They're also 1-2 in Class 1A Region 7, and they've shown some solid defense. And while not last week as far as giving up 44 to Valley Head, but prior to that had given up just 6 in a 7-6 win at Spring Garden, lost 13-7 to Decatur Heritage, and and easily took care of Galesville in their only region win 42-12. So they've shown a solid defense really for about the last month, really for most of the season, as we'll take a look at some of the facts as far as both of these schools. And there you see the official records, especially for Coosa Christian, officially 1-5 and 0-3 in region play. So Coosa Christian has to win out in region play if they want to get in to the Class 1A playoffs for 2023. And coming into tonight, it is Cedar Bluff with an 8-1 series win, and their only win against Cedar Bluff for Coosa Christian came last year in Cedar Bluff, a 41-14 victory. So we're counting things down on our S&H Waterproofing and Construction countdown to kickoff. And we take a look back to last week as we go into this timeout, as Miles Holcomb and the Southside Panthers on our FNN High School Football Game of the Week had a major breakthrough win against top 6 squad in the state of Alabama last week in Leeds High School. So last week, Southside was able to take a major step forward to a possible region championship in 5A Region 6. Bryan tossing down the near sideline, complete to Cooney. 20, 10, 5, give him 6. McMichael the hold, snap, kick on its way. It's up, and it is good. Caleb Ogle the punt. A spiraling punt. A good one, as that'll be fielded and dumped immediately. Bryan, plenty of time, throws down the field for McMichael. That's complete. He breaks free to the 10, to the 5. Give him 6. Touch.
Hey, I'm running quarters coverage right here.
Nelson over the middle. That is complete for the first down, as dragging tacklers with them. Keeper for Nelson goes up the middle, and he's in for the touchdown. Trying to throw back. Nelson under pressure throws, and that is to a lineman. Incomplete, however. Snap, direct snap to Mason Teague up the middle. Breaks through from the first down and more as he breaks free on his way to the end zone. Give him 6. Nelson under pressure throws. That's off of one receiver, incomplete to Grayson Ford down the field. Nelson fakes, under pressure, going down. Nelson move up the middle and goes into the end zone for the touchdown.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family. Good luck and go get them, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
The SNH Waterproofing and Construction Countdown to Kickoff resumes here in Gadsden, Alabama at Phillip Ellen Stadium. A big one for Coosa Christian and Cedar Bluff. Basically an elimination game for one of these two teams, and a lot of big ones around the state of Alabama, as we have still quite a few meaningful region games around the state, as we'll have our very own Jim Jacobs join us to take a look at big ones from around our area.
Hey, before I punch the first one up, I got to say, hey, this is my man Steele.
What's up, Jim?
The real estate mogul of Calhoun County.
That's right.
If you need to go to the beach or the mountains, message Brandon, right?
That's right.
All right, we got that covered. Let's get to the big ones. Let's start with this one right here, guys. Big one tonight for Walter Welborn down the road in Wedowee at Randolph County, James. A lot of people are saying this is the de facto region title game for that region.
It definitely is, and it's an opportunity for Walter Welborn. Really, when you look at their schedule, this is basically their toughest game left, especially region-wise in the regular season. So I think there's a lot to play for, even on the road for Walter Welborn. Randolph County's been outstanding, undefeated. This is going to go right down to the wire either way. I'm going to pick the home team, but by less than 7 points.
What do you think, Steele?
I like Walter Welborn. They're hot, and when Walter Welborn's hot, you got to watch out. So I think they go on the road, and they pull the upset.
Well, my heart's black and white, but my head tells me blue and white tonight. I got to go with the home team. Pat Prestridge in Randolph County. Everybody says it's a really solid program. We'll see how it turns out, but wish the best tonight to the Welborn Panthers. All right, next up, this is an interesting one here. Raglan on the road at Winterboro, James.
Always tough to go on the road, especially in region play when you need a win. And Raglan's been kind of up and down so far this season, but they've won their last two in a row, including a solid win over Victory Christian. This is, in fact, all of their games are region games remaining. I think they'll be up for this game, and I think Raglan will play just well enough to go on the road and win.
Yeah, give me the Purple Devils in this one as well. I like Raglan on the road at Winterboro, but the Bulldogs will be tough at home, Steele.
Yeah, I would have to go with Winterboro on this one. The Bulldogs at home, they always play a good, tough game at home, so I'm going to go with Winterboro on this one in a tight one.
All right, next up for us, boy, this one's got Homer all over it for my man up there next to your right, James. Sachs and Weaver tonight. What do you think, Steele?
Ooh, Sachs and Weaver. I'm going to go with the Bearcats in this one.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I would get run out of here if I didn't. So I'm going to go with Weaver, even though I think it's going to be very tight. But, yeah, maybe Weaver can squeeze out a win there.
Like a lot what Ken Kofer has done with that program so far. Sachs trying to find victory. James, what do you think?
Yeah, in fact, you mentioned it exactly right, Jim, as far as Sachs trying to find a win. I think they will be competitive tonight, but Weaver's been very competitive, actually a little better than their 2-4 record indicates, so I like Weaver at home.
Yeah, give me the Bearcats in this one as well. All right, next up tonight, Pleasant Valley. The Raiders travel up to Spring Garden, where it is tough to play right there in that place.
Yeah, this is a big kind of bounce-back opportunity for Pleasant Valley as far as losing their last couple of games, but Spring Garden had a little bit of a down season compared to their last couple of seasons, but I think my gut tells me to pick Spring Garden at home.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Spring Garden at home, back in my refereeing days, you go up there, that is just something special about that facility and the fans. I'd have to go with Spring Garden on this one.
What's special up there is the darn concession stands.
Yes, sir.
Give me Pleasant Valley in that one, though. I'm going with the Raiders. All right, next up, Ohatchee at Hoax Bluff. James, this game has huge 3A Region 6 implications?
Oh, without question, Jim. For the second season in a row, by the way, this is the game that Ohatchee won last year to springboard themselves into the playoffs after starting 0-6. But I think there's Coach Mike Robertson has something special going on this year with Hoax Bluff, and I think they get some payback tonight.
Yeah, I kind of like the Eagles in this one as well. And I tell you, if Ohatchee does lose tonight, they're in a tough spot. They might wind up sitting on the bench come November, depending upon what happens when Piedmont and Hoax Bluff play here later in the season. Who you like, Steve?
I like the Tribe in this one. They're going to roll. The Tribe is going to roll.
All right, next up, Springville, that is, will travel to Lincoln to take on the Gummy Bears. That is tonight. Who you like?
Interesting ball game. Springville, one of the most improved teams, at least in our region in 5A, and Lincoln really needing this win to get into the playoffs in Class 5A. It's homecoming for Lincoln. I think there'll be a little energy around at least my town of residence as far as tonight and this week as well. I think Springville may have the better offense, but I think the home field advantage gives Lincoln a slight edge, so I'm picking Lincoln tonight.
Ooh, I think I'm going to take Springville in this one.
All right, give me the Gummy Bears. I like Lincoln tonight to win at home and take another step toward maybe making it into the playoffs. All right, next up, Donahoe, Talladega County Central, guys. TCC got their first win, I believe it was last week of the season. Donahoe hasn't found victory yet. Might find this to be a couple of even match teams at Howells Cove tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jim, as far as this being a competitive match. And it's been a tough season for Donahoe after getting into the playoffs in the first season of Coach Jeremy Satcher last year. And I'm not sure even – I think this is the game they should win, but I'm not convinced that they're going to win. So I'm going to pick Talladega County Central tonight.
I agree, too. Talladega County Central all the way.
All right. Everybody's going TC tonight. So Talladega County Central looking to pick up the win. That's another place the concession stand's not too bad. All right. Next up, this is an interesting one tonight. Nobody would have thought Sardis would be sitting at 6-1 right now. Scottsboro in there as well. This is probably for second place in that region and a chance to host at home.
Yeah, big game for both teams, especially for Sardis at home. And this is the final road game for Scottsboro on the regular season. So I think I'm going to pick Scottsboro on the road.
I agree. Scottsboro on the road.
Scottsboro here as well. All right. White Plains at Cleburne County. Of course, the Wildcats can't do anything playoff-wise, but they can sure mess some things up for Heflin tonight. If they win, they're honoring Coach Michael Short tonight prior to kickoff for what all he's done in Heflin. That was a fun trip we had over there a couple of weeks ago, James. But you think the lights will flash tonight?
I think it will not only flash, but it will flash constantly as far as that Cleburne County wing T offense. And I think Coach Joby Burns' squad gets the job done tonight.
Yeah, it's going to look like a strobe light show out there, like a haunted house. So they're going to light that scoreboard up.
All right, so everybody's picking Cleburne County in this one. And, of course, that gets us to our game of the week tonight, guys. And to say that Coosa Christian is coming into this thing with a mad on would be some kind of understatement.
Yeah, let's just say in talking with Coach Mark O'Brien earlier this week, you know exactly where he stands as far as the circumstances surrounding the off-the-field stuff from the AHSAA. But you can also find out real quick just how focused and just how much of a chip on the shoulder that the Conquerors football team has. So it ought to be a real interesting match tonight. Really an elimination game as far as one of those 4 spots in the Class 1A playoffs out of Region 7 here in Gadsden. So we still have the captain's meeting and the coin toss coming up as our SNH Waterproofing and Construction countdown to kickoff continues here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
You are
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
At iCare Alabama, our goal is to meet the needs of every patient. Dr. Dwayne Mohan and Dr. Ryan Price always strive for excellent outcomes. We want each patient to get the best vision and medical care possible. At iCare Alabama, we utilize all the latest technological advances to ensure that you receive the best quality eye care. So call for an appointment at any of our 4 locations in Piedmont, Heflin, Roanoke, or Atala and see the difference. Most insurance is accepted. Eye Care Alabama. Efficient, effective eye care close to home.
Streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Moments away from kickoff, that's our S&H Waterproofing and Construction countdown to kickoff resumes here in Gadsden at Coosa Christian as they'll take on the Tigers of Cedar Bluff. And let's take a look at our keys to victory for both of these teams. And first, Brandon, we take a look as far as the Conquerors entering tonight with a real mat-on. And the Tigers need to survive the game's opening minutes, and especially we talked about the rust that they've had because they have not played in 3 weeks.
Yeah, that 3 weeks is going to be a big, huge factor in this. I think Cedar Bluff, they need to come out, control the line of scrimmage, run the ball, and get on the scoreboard real quick before Coosa Christian gets in their groove.
And I know you hear Nick Saban, as far as college football Saturdays, talk about explosive plays a ton, and that's exactly what the Cedar Bluff defense needs to do against the Coosa Christian offense, and that is limit their explosive plays.
Absolutely. You got to limit the explosive plays, and they just got to stay in their groove and play their ball game and not worry so much about and always focus on the next play.
We're moments away from the captain's meeting, and our final key for tonight, and really one of Coach Mark O'Brien's keys, displaying a killer instinct as far as a big-time region game for them as far as their official record and the circumstances surrounding their 2023 season. So it'll be almost a UCLA-like look for Coosa Christian, the Conquerors, in their gold tops and bottoms with the powder blue numbers and letters, and then the white tops and bottoms and the red numbers and letters for Cedar Bluff this evening. 4 captains for both teams. As we're about to send things to midfield, our captain's meeting and coin toss brought to you by Exchange Bank this evening. As our referee for tonight, Roy Gunter, as we'll be hearing from him in just a few moments. For Cedar Bluff, 3-4 overall, 1-2 in Class 1A Region 7, officially in the record book, 1-5. 0-3 in Class 1A Region 7 for Coosa Christian. It is homecoming for the Coosa Christian Conquerors as the captains for both Cedar Bluff and Coosa Christian make their way out to midfield, and we'll send it down to midfield for Roy Gunter with our toss of the coin.
Johnson. 9th grader,
Nice.
Orly Bernard.
Shake hands. That's where sportsmanship starts off. Let's shake hands.
Maddox Gaines.
Reach in and shake hands.
12th grader,
Reach in and shake hands.
Johnson. 12th grader, Caleb Beeson. 11th grader, Dylan Edwards.
Guys,
Dylan
listen,
East.
just like I told them over there, I'm big on sportsmanship. Guys, we're out here to play ball. We're out here to hit hard. After you hit hard, you help them get up, okay? All right. If we have, we're going to look for y'all to handle that because we don't want to take that, all right? All right, any questions? Any questions? All right. You are the visiting team. I have a coin here. His head. The NFHS logo is 2. All right.
Drake Dupree.
You are the visiting team, so it is your call.
Roden, and number 4.
You to give me, tell me heads or tails, loud enough so that everybody can hear you. What's your call?
Tails.
Tails. It is heads. You have won the toss. What do you want to do?
Receive.
Okay. Which goal do you want to defend?
I want to defend that.
You want to defend that goal? Okay. Put your backs to that goal. Come around here. Swing. Coosa's won the toss, is elected to receive. Guys, shake hands and bring your teams out.
As Cedar Bluff loses the toss,
You already know what kind of night it's going to be.
Coosa Christian will receive football to begin tonight's ball game. As we're about ready to get things started on homecoming night here at Coosa Christian in Gadsden. Our first quarter coming up, brought to you by Bluefin Japanese Sushi and Steakhouse in Oxford, as they are now hiring and they are officially open in the Oxford Exchange.
Go get me some sushi after the game.
There you go. They might not be open by the time we get back after the ball game this evening, but coming out on the field as Cedar Bluff open for business here on this Friday night, looking for a crucial region win on the road, as after tonight they have just one more region game remaining in the 2023 season. Coosa Christian having gone through a whole lot off the field, but on the field they've been quite good so far, trying to follow up what was an outstanding run in the postseason last year, going to the 1A semifinals, as here comes the Conquerors of Coosa Christian. Carrying the Coosa Christian flags and the red, white, and blue, and the 50 stars, as we know, the American flag, onto the field this Friday evening. Mark O'Brien in his 4th season as the head coach for Coosa Christian, and Garrett Crane in his 1st season, his debut campaign as a head coach in the state of Alabama with Cedar Bluff. Kickoff about to get underway, about to start this Friday night game here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Rise and Shine Wellness brings you all of our kickoffs this Friday evening. Just a 26-man roster this year for Cedar Bluff, so obviously trying to shorten the game. Also one of their keys as far as coming on the road this evening. Carter Dillingham will handle all of the kicking duties, minus the punting for Cedar Bluff this evening. And we'll see primarily Cleet O'Brien and Kylan Johnson back deep to receive for Coosa Christian. So Coosa Christian in the gold tops and the bottoms and the white tops and the bottoms for Cedar Bluff. O'Brien to the near side, Johnson to the far side. Big game for both of these teams as a playoff spot, a potential playoff spot on the line for both of these teams. The loser, especially for Cedar Bluff, is out of the playoff picture. About to get things started here in Gadsden, our first trip to Coosa Christian. As toe meets leather and we're underway. Short kick to the far side. That'll be fielded around the 30-yard line by Johnson as he'll spring forward close to midfield and gets wrapped up at midfield. So it'll be a first down and 10 coming up for Coosa Christian. John David Justice will be the quarterback as we take a look at our Coosa Christian offensive starters, presented as always by Congressman Mike Rogers. Cleet O'Brien and Joseph East will be the running backs. It'll be Eli Moats, the tight end, Grant Morgan, Dylan Edwards, Grayson Malone, the wide receivers. First and 10 right at midfield. Man comes in motion. It'll be a jet sweep handoff to Morgan as he'll get tripped up around the line of scrimmage for no gain. A very solid start that time for the Cedar Bluff defense there.
Yeah, great job by the linebacker getting in there and making a shoelace tackle with no gain.
So it'll be second down. They'll actually call it a 1-yard loss. Pistol formation coming up for Coosa Christian. Quick throw, far side. That's going to be caught into Cedar Bluff territory. I-Care Alabama first down and a whole lot more as Moats, the tight end, gets wrapped up out of bounds and looks as if we have a flag at the far side.
Goes back to what you were saying, that explosive play. It was good pitch and catch there and a big, huge gain for the Conquerors.
Well, a huge gain, but it will be affected in some way by that block in the back penalty.
Blocking the back.
Penalty is a block
on the
back
offense.
The Conquerors.
Waiting to find out if this is a spot foul, because it looked as if the flag was thrown around where the tackle was made about the 24-yard line. So it's going to remain a I-Care Alabama first down. Thanks to Dr. Mohan and the folks at I-Care Alabama. So that'll be a first down gain, but they'll move it back 10 yards. So the football officially at the Cedar Bluff 35-yard line. We'll take a look at the offensive line here in just a moment for Coosa Christian. Going off to our left here in the opening quarter. Coosa Christian needing to win out as far as getting into the Class 1A playoffs this year. Now they've won 5 games on the field this year, but 4 of those wins, including all 3 region wins, wiped off the board thanks to the Alabama High School Athletic Association due to transfer eligibility rules. So the Conquerors, as far as the standings go, behind the 8 ball, but certainly have the talent as far as overcoming that down the stretch of October. So right now a first down catch thanks to Eli Moats, the tight end. Is John David Justice already getting his first completion under his belt.
And you mentioned that Coosa Christian, they can, if they win out, they can make the playoffs.
That's right. So they do have to win out, however, to make the playoffs. A 7-team region in Class 1A, Region 7. So right now, officially, Coosa Christian at 0-3 in region play. Officials still sorting things out as far as the line of scrimmage, about to get back into play. So looking at the rest of the starting lineup offensively, as we'll have a momentary stoppage on the field, as that'll allow us to take a look at the rest of the offensive line. You'll have Besson, Caleb Besson, the left tackles, Zayden Franklin, the left guard, Dylan East at center, John Cook at right guard, and Eric Roden at right tackle for Coosa Christian. So the officials just crossing their T's and dotting their I's as far as where the official line of scrimmage is.
It looks like they backed it up 5 more yards because it was a 15-yard penalty. They'd only moved it back 10 from what it looked like.
Well, obviously a spot foul from where the flag was thrown, so they also, I imagine, had to determine where the penalty officially was. Still a 1st and 10. And they give to Morgan off the left side as he'll cut it upfield, and a flag on the play, thrown behind the play that time, as that'll be close to an iCare Alabama first down for Dylan Edwards, but it's going to come on back.
Yes, sir. Looks like it was a hold. And as we discussed before the game, you know, that 3-week delay of not playing a game.
Holding on the offense, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
Yeah, you can at least attribute a lot of that, at least especially on the first drive, to just that 3 weeks off. So imagine it may be a little bit slow going for Coosa Christian going forward, just to kind of get the sense of game feel under them.
Right.
It'll be a first down and about 16. Justice looks over the defense, a 3-man front. And will be the keeper for Justice, trying to get around a tackler and cannot do so. Great defense that time by the Cedar Bluff defense. As you have, looks like Hunter Jenkins and one of the other linebackers helping out on the tackle.
Yeah, Hunter Stallings and number 7 there.
For Justice, trying to get around a tackler and cannot do so. Taking a look at the Cedar Bluff defense. You have Carson Webb along with Carter Dillingham and Jacob Chambers along the defensive front. 2nd down. Justice, plenty of time, steps up and runs and gets taken down. A really good open field tackle that time by Caden Pack, the linebacker, the middle linebacker for the Cedar Bluff Tigers, as we take a second look at that excellent open field tackle.
Yeah, he looked at it. He followed the quarterback, had his eyes on him, made that shoelace tackle, and not much of a gain there for the Conquerors.
So it'll be 3rd down and long coming up. D&G Roofing providing that look at the replay. Screen pass will be complete to O'Brien as he'll get the first down. And more as iCare Alabama presents another Coosa Christian first down. A second look, a well-designed screen pass on our D&G Roofing second look.
Yeah, Hunter just barely missed him. He made a great catch and put a move on him and picked up the first down.
Hunter Stallings missing that tackle as Caleb Edmondson from his free safety spot comes up to make the tackle. Give to O'Brien as he'll be stood up and goes forward and looks as if he's going to lose a yard. Solid play that time by the front line, the defensive line for Cedar Bluff. Good gang tackling to set up a 2nd down and long.
Yeah, great job by Cedar Bluff of blocking that, closing that gap, and nowhere for the Conquerors to run.
2nd down and long. They'll say no gain for Cleto Bryant. That'll be the pitch back going to East. Turns the corner left side, and he breaks free into the end zone. Touchdown, Coosa Christian. So Coosa Christian behind the sticks a few times on that drive, a little bit inconsistent thanks to some penalties, but they're able to finish that off on the touchdown run from Joseph East of 24 yards out.
Yeah, East hardly was even touched on this play. It was just a straight stroll to the end zone.
Watch that blocking off the left side, as there's the final block to spring East into the end zone for the touchdown. A 2-point conversion try coming up, and looks as if Cedar Bluff able to snuff that one out, so the 2-point conversion is no good. We'll take the timeout. Opening score for Coosa Christian as they're up 6-0 early first quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
First quarter here in Gadsden, 8:54 remaining in the opening quarter. That drive took 3 minutes and 6 seconds for Coosa Christian as they went 50 yards, had a couple of penalties that set them back, but it was finished off thanks to a 24-yard run by Joseph East. James Hardy with you, along with the rest of our FNN crew, including our guest analyst, Brandon Steele, this evening. Kickoff for Jaden Burns and Coosa Christian, presented by Rise and Shine Wellness, as the pooch kick will be taken just shy of the 35-yard line. So solid field position coming up for Cedar Bluff, as it was Brian Kinsey coming up with that fair catch. And it'll be our first look at the Cedar Bluff offense. Our Congressman Mike Rogers starting lineup, your conservative Republican leader. Caden Pack returning as the quarterback. A senior starter, actually his second consecutive season to start for Cedar Bluff as the signal caller. Alex Beatty, Hunter Jenkins, and Hunter Stallings will see that rotation at running back. It'll be the give up the middle and trying to fight for some yards as they mark the football initially at the 40-yard line as far as the line of scrimmage. And so the game goes across the 40 to about the 42-yard line for Hunter Jenkins.
Yeah, great job by the Conquerors there, closing the gap and nowhere for Cedar Bluff to go.
Caleb Edmondson, Eli McFry, and Brian Kinsey are your receivers. Second and long. That'll be the pitch back going to Jenkins, trying to turn the corner left side with a flag on the play, as he'll tumble forward to about the 43-yard line. But let's check out the penalty.
Probably going to be one of them holding calls.
And already been a very busy night for referee Roy Gunter.
Those are just drive killers.
It is a holding against the...
Holding on the offense. Second down.
That is a...
Well, a couple of the illegal block in the back penalties that Coosa Christian had offensively in their opening drive could have been drive killers, but weren't, thanks to some explosive plays on third and long and a second and long touchdown run, thanks to Joseph East. However, we'll see if it is this penalty that is a drive killer for the Cedar Bluff Tigers. We'll take a look at the offensive line here after this long yardage play on a second and long. Second and 20 from the 30. Looks as if some early movement, and indeed the flags thrown and the whistles blow.
It's looking more like Cedar Bluff had the 3 weeks off.
Hey, Jamie. Hey, tell the coach they got to stop.
We'll tell you that little tidbit here in just a moment. So the false start, and you could hear the referee mic as far as the referee's telling the PA folks to turn off the train whistle as far as the artificial noise.
Yeah, I keep checking my car to see if my alarm's going off, but everything looks good. So
more like hearing that extra loud train at one of the nearest train tracks. So it'll be second down, 25 from their own 25. That'll be the quick pass to the near side. It is bobbled and incomplete. Intended for Caleb Edmondson, as you had a couple of defensive backs in the area for Coosa Christian.
Great job by Coosa Christian reading that. Almost was picked off, and down there in their own territory like that. Dangerous throw.
So looking to see who the man nearest the play. Might have been Drake Dupree that was nearest the play for Coosa Christian. Third down and 25. First down at the 50-yard line. One of these two teams, a loss tonight, will eliminate them from postseason play. Pack awaits the snap. And looks as if we'll have a whistle and a stoppage of play.
It looks like Coosa Christian was getting ready to blitz, and
you cannot blow a horn to make any loud decibel noise.
So there's your announcement over the PA as far as the artificial noise that was mentioned in the referee mic on the last false start penalty. So with that PSA given to the fans, we'll resume a 3rd and 25. Snap and play action. And trying to keep and going down will be Pack. Blitz that time for Coosa Christian. And so it'll be a 4th down coming up. Looks as if Eli Moats helping out on the sack. Also Jaden Burns helping out, as it'll be 4th down and punting time for Cedar Bluff.
Yeah, Coosa Christian was reading that all the way. Knew it was going to be a pass play, and they brought the house, and they got in there on him.
So it'll be the quarterback as well as the punter for Cedar Bluff in Caden Pack back to punt. Fakes with the rush as he cannot escape trouble. So Coosa Christian will have outstanding field position as they're able to take down Pack deep in Cedar Bluff territory. I'll take that second look.
It looks like that was a planned run, too. That was surprising.
I think with the amount of rush that Coosa Christian got on that D&G roofing replay, you can get free estimates as far as storm damage specialist from D&G Roofing. Looking at that, I think it was kind of by necessity for Pack just to have to keep that and do the best he could with it.
Yeah, he had a pack of Coosa Christian players right in front of him.
1st down for Coosa Christian. Play action. Simple toss to the near side. That's going to be complete. And getting wrapped up around the 11-yard line will be Morgan. Grant Morgan with his 2nd touch of the night. Had a jet sweep run on the opening drive of the game, as he's able to get 8 yards on that pass reception.
Just an easy pitch and catch to Grant.
D&G Roofing again with that second look. Give to Bryant. Up the middle and in for the touchdown. Check that. Joseph East, I beg your pardon, on that touchdown run. His 2nd of the evening. That'll be of 11 yards out as Coosa Christian quickly up 14-0.
Great run by Coosa Christian. I mean, he was just barely touched one time. He looks like a tank coming through there, and he just made his way to the end zone, and another score for the Conquerors.
So I'm really impressed as far as just the build of Joseph East. Really a classic north-south runner at that running back spot. 2-point conversion upcoming. It'll be the fake as Justice in trouble. And he breaks out of one tackle. Does he get in? Yes, he does for the 2-point conversion. Justice able to extend that ball across the goal line and hit the pylon. So the 2-point conversion is good, and we'll take the timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Coosa Christian up 14-0.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Jaden Burns comes out onto the field for the Rise and Shine Wellness Kickoff.
Well, James, you said they were going to be hungry coming into this game. You was right.
Well, so far they've definitely shown that hunger as the short end-over-end kick will be fielded on the fair catch at the 26-yard line. So it'll be Cedar Bluff coming back out on offense, 1st down and 10. Our first quarter brought to you by the newly opened Bluefin Japanese Sushi and Steakhouse, as they're now hiring and once again officially open at the Oxford Exchange.
We'd like to thank our sponsors.
So 1st and 10. Cedar Bluff looking to get some momentum going on offense as they went 3 and out with a couple of penalties on their first drive. And we'll have some early movement, so the third penalty upcoming for Cedar Bluff's offense.
Yeah, he looked totally confused. You've got to get set.
Moves him back 5 yards. Our FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you every week by our folks, our friends at Victory Law. So it'll be a first down and 15. Already 2 touchdowns on the board for Coosa Christian. Loser will have their playoff hopes come to an end for 2023. Give up the middle and solid running room that time for Hunter Jenkins. Off of left guard, advances to about the 25-yard line. Maybe they'll spot it about the 24.
Yeah, the 24 looked like a good, powerful run, but the Conquerors just closed that gap again real quick on that line of scrimmage, and there was just nowhere for him to go.
We'll take a look at some of the defensive players here as soon as we can for Coosa Christian. Jacob Chambers, Carter Dillingham, Isaac Roberts, Hudson Smith, and Sawyer Jordan, the O-line for Cedar Bluff. Quick throw, far side, that's knocked in the air and incomplete. Intended pass to the far side for Caleb Edmondson, but a little bit too high.
Yeah, he had a little bit too much mustard on that one. He could not come down with a catch. And now Cedar Bluff looking at 3rd and long.
Just past the halfway point in the opening quarter. Already a couple of Joseph East touchdown runs of 24 and 11 yards out. And we'll take at least a second look probably in a moment as far as that last incompletion. That was a near interception as well for Coosa Christian. Rolling, and getting taken down with a flag on the play will be Caden Pack, the quarterback.
Nowhere.
We'll take a second look. As you take a look at McFry, no chance that time. As you have the aggressive pass rush from the Coosa Christian defense, Cade Mickler from the linebacking spot on the sack.
Well, when you get behind the sticks and you know it's 3rd and long and you know the pass is coming, you can bring the house, and that's what they did, and they got right in there on him.
Punting time as Pack remains in the ball game to punt. He's the regular punter. And back to receive will be Coosa Christian. As it'll be Cleet O'Brien to receive. Fields just shy of midfield. Gaining ahead of steam. Sees an opening. Bounces to the far side and taken down into Cedar Bluff territory at the 30-yard line.
It was a pretty successful punt, but then he grabbed it and had a big, huge open lane there and made a few moves, and the Conquerors are back in positive.
Cleet O'Brien takes advantage and cashes in on that hole on the punt return. FNN Bank, one of our regulars when it comes to the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Give goes to East right up the middle as he'll just barrel through and gets about 4 yards on the play. Solid run as we take a look at least at the tackle. I believe Caleb Besson and maybe also Caden Fife. And I think it actually was Fife for Cedar Bluff that made the tackle. So it'll be a second down, and they'll call it a 3-yard gain. Football at the 27-yard line. 4 receivers on the play. Second and long. Justice on the roll. Throws. Open receiver complete for the first down, and more Moats going into the end zone. And he will stay in bounds for the touchdown. Just a question of whether Moats was able to keep those feet in bounds, as he was able to do so on the touchdown.
Yeah, he was running the tightrope, another little pitch and catch, and he made it right into the end zone, barely touched again, and the Conquerors are up 20-0.
Well,
holding on the offense, 10 yards from the spot of foul, second down.
Well, we think it was a touchdown, but call that back on a holding call. So both teams have 3 penalties so far in the opening half. So that wipes off the touchdown on what was a very nice rollout. Just kind of a simple pass to Moats. One of the top players according to Coach Mark O'Brien, especially on offense for this Coosa Christian Conquerors squad. So first and long. And early movement, and indeed the officials along the sideline catch that defensive movement for Cedar Bluff.
Approachment against the Tigers.
Defense.
That'll be a 5-yard penalty.
Instead of 2nd and 20, it'll be 2nd down and 15 yards to go. Very important for Cedar Bluff to get off the field and not give up any points and really be blown out here early in the game. Time, throw, high, and intercepted. So Cedar Bluff gets the turnover, as that is a big turnover for the Tigers defense, as coming up with that key turnover in the secondary, Samson Mallett.
Yeah, great catch by Samson Mallett. He was the open receiver, and he made a great catch.
There you see a high pass that time from Justice, as that was intended for Dylan Edwards, but too high, and that's a big turnover for Cedar Bluff.
Well, Cedar Bluff needed something positive to happen, and that's the best way to get you an interception and get the ball back. See if they can get something moving here, getting on the board.
D&G Roofing giving you a second look at that interception. Give goes right up the middle. Has good running room that time for Hunter Jenkins, as that's one of his longest run of the evening, as he advances to close to the 25-yard line, so that's a gain of about 7.
Yeah, it looked like Jenkins found a little gap there and did a little foot motion there and was able to pick up some positive yardage.
Approaching 4 minutes remaining in the opening quarter. Original line of scrimmage was at the 16-yard line. They'll spot it at the 23 for officially a gain of 7. So 2nd down and 3 for Cedar Bluff's offense. Got the ball back on a Mallett interception. Give goes to Jenkins up the middle. Needs about the 25 for the first down. And they're going to give him the first down. Forward progress spotted at the 26-yard line. So the first iCare Alabama first down of the evening for the Cedar Bluff offenses. There you see iCare Alabama's locations at Piedmont, Heflin, Roanoke, and then just a stone's throw away from here in Attala.
I don't believe he got the first down.
And you're indeed right, Brandon, as they'll say that it's just a baby step shy of the first down.
I was expecting a measurement on that, but the referee said no, 3rd down.
So, yeah, just maybe a quarterback sneak and a little bit of room would give officially a first down for Cedar Bluff. A bobble snap, and before that, and maybe a break for Cedar Bluff on the flag.
It was. That's going to back it up. Ball start.
Hey, well.
A rough start so far, Brandon, for the Cedar Bluff offense.
Yeah, those penalties will shoot yourself in the foot, just like, Coosa Christian. They had the touchdown called back on the hold, and now Cedar Bluff's doing the same thing to themselves, and self-inflicted wounds. They haven't even got a first down yet.
Homecoming night for Coosa Christian, as they're looking to celebrate with a region victory and try and keep their playoff hopes alive. As far as the playoff hopes, trying to keep them alive, it's the same story for Cedar Bluff this evening. Set of 3rd and inches, about a 3rd and 6. Pack. And before the snap, we'll have a whistle, and looks as if a flag on the play.
Air ball. All sides. Defense.
Get 5 yards back.
So Coosa Christian obliges as far as the prior false start. So we'll wipe off both of those penalties, basically offsetting penalties. And once again, we'll have a 3rd and inches. So the line to reach for the first down is at the 26. So actually it is about a full yard for the first down. I thought that Jenkins on that 2nd down run was able to get the first down, but apparently the official said that his knee or the ball must have gotten to the 25 when Jenkins was down. 3rd and 1 yard to go. Jenkins up the middle, and he will fall forward, and he will have the I Care Alabama first down.
Yeah, that was a run play all from the start, and was able to get his first down. I think that's the first down for Cedar Bluff tonight.
Grant Morgan coming in on the Coosa Christian tackle. Approaching 2 minutes remaining in the opening quarter. Really impressed with the size of this Coosa Christian squad on both sides of the ball, especially at the 1A level.
I agree. They're huge. Looks like a 5A or 6A out there.
1st and 10, a fresh set of downs coming up for Cedar Bluff. Give goes to Jenkins as he'll be lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. We've seen Coosa Christian show that blitz on practically every play as they've been crowding the line of scrimmage. Almost looks as if, Brendan, they're daring Caden Pack to throw.
They are. They have no faith in his arm, and they are loading the box, and they are bringing the house on every play.
A couple of Joseph East touchdown runs for Coosa Christian this evening of 11 and 24 yards. Cedar Bluff getting an interception and the first down for their offense tonight. 2nd and 10, however, for the Cedar Bluff Tigers. Pack under pressure, and he will be slammed down back at the 17-yard line. That looked like a good backyard wrestling move that we saw for the Coosa Christian defense as we'll take this replay look at the sack. Blitz coming in. Looked as if one of the interior linemen that time. And I'm glad I didn't take that tackle from Dartavius Mackey.
Wow, that looked WWE style.
Yeah, DJ Mackey showing his wrestling moves that time on the football field.
Like you said a while ago, they're just daring them to throw. They know they're running the ball. So
could be the final play of the opening quarter. 22 seconds remaining in the third quarter, or first quarter rather. 3rd and long. Here's the fade pass down the near sideline, and nobody near it, incomplete, except for a Conquerors defensive back.
Yeah, 3rd and long. You don't have anything to lose. You might as well throw it downfield. If it gets picked off, it's just like a punt. So
Caleb Edmondson, the intended receiver, as Jaden Burns was actually the nearest man in the defensive backfield for Coosa Christian. So speaking of Burns, he'll be back to receive for the Conquerors of Coosa Christian. Or check that, Cleet O'Brien in actually for the punt return. Caden Pack back to punt. Gets it quickly out of there. And it's going to be off to the near sideline. O'Brien lowers that shoulder and gets taken down at the Cedar Bluff 33-yard line. 4 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. And we'll take another look at that Cleet O'Brien punt return.
Yeah, I think Cedar Bluff, though, he was just going to let it roll, but he picked it up and decided to get some more yardage. He lowered his shoulder pads and picked up some more yardage.
The storm damage specialists from D&G Roofing bring you our replays this evening on homecoming night and a critical must-win region game for both of these teams. And we have a whistle, and looked as if there was an extra defensive man for Cedar Bluff trying to get off the field, but could not do so.
Looks like they got the timeout.
In fact, indeed, the timeout because of that situation. We'll take the timeout with them. Late first quarter, Coosa Christian up 14-0 over Cedar Bluff. First 12 minutes in the books. The second 12 minutes coming up. That's our second quarter, brought to you by Blair Auto Body. as Coosa Christian leads 14-0, courtesy of 2 touchdown runs from Coosa Christian's Joseph East. James Hardy, Brandon Steele, and our FNN crew. It'll be the give to O'Brien as he gets wrapped up. Solid defense that time by the Cedar Bluff defense as we now come to the end of the first quarter. Jacob Chambers and others helping out on the tackle. Through 1 quarter of play, it is Coosa Christian 14 and Cedar Bluff nothing.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Second quarter underway as it'll be Cleet O'Brien wrapped up at the 31-yard line of Cedar Bluff as we officially begin the second quarter. But it appears another yellow hanky on the field.
How many is that? About 7 or 8 so far? False starts and holdings?
I think you're not exactly exaggerating on that either, Brandon, because I think both teams are nearing 10 penalties combined so far in the first half. And that's going to be a holding call. Would have been about a 1-yard gain for Cleet O'Brien. One of the best players on the team, according to Coach Mark O'Brien.
Yeah, it looks like Cedar Bluff has tightened up a little bit, and Coosa Christian's having a trouble time running the ball.
Penalty sets it back beyond the 40-yard line, so 2nd and long. Justice, quick throw. Tunnel screen complete to the near side, 35. And that's going to be a big gainer, maybe a little bit shy of the first down for Grayson Malone. Or check that, number 1, Kylan Johnson making his first reception of the evening. That'll be close to the iCare Alabama first down, as that second look shows you Johnson finding some room on that tunnel screen pass and getting close to the first down. So 3rd down and short. Line to reach the 26. East will go forward and bangs forward for the first down. Good blocking on the left side of the offensive line as Joseph East picks up another iCare Alabama first down for the Coosa Christian Conquerors.
Yeah, 78 got in there. He just missed him and was able to open up a hole, and Cedar Bluff just a little bit.
East, no, check that. Justice on the quarterback keeper. Big room around the right side. Still on his feet, and a flag coming in on the play. Now, we'll see. This might be a face mask on Cedar Bluff, but another flag comes in right when Justice was tackled. So John David Justice finding some room on the right side. And we'll see what referee Roy Gunter has to say. Coosa Christian has been able to maul Cedar Bluff consistently along the line of scrimmage so far on offense this evening. And we'll see if the blocking may have been a little too good or a little extra assist tackling-wise for Cedar Bluff and a possible face mask. No, it'll be another holding call and a personal foul face mask. So I don't normally think this would be a offsetting penalty, but we'll find out what the decision officially is from our crew in zebra outfits. So they'll mark off, looks as if the holding call, and then they're going to mark off the yardage for the personal foul face mask. As you had normally for like a post-play personal foul or unsportsmanlike conduct, it'd be just offset, or even like a hold and a pass interference, but not this time.
Holding. Personal foul on the defense. The penalties result in the first down.
So it will be an I-Care Alabama first down thanks to that personal foul face mask. And also the holding was factored in on the penalty yard. So first and goal from the 10. Justice, time, steps and runs and gets taken down inside the 10 to about the 7-yard line. So you'll have Hunter Stallings come up from his outside linebacker spot on the tackle. Brian Kinsey and Eli McBride, the corners for Cedar Bluff. Samson Mallett and Caleb Edmondson are your safeties. Linebackers of Alex Beatty, Hunter Stallings, Caden Pack, and Hunter Jenkins.
Great run by Justice. He saw there wasn't no receivers open, decided to tuck it and run.
Keeper for Justice off the right side, and he will go in for the touchdown. However, we'll have some of our favorite people this evening, Roy Gunter and crew, tell us that touchdown is waved off on a hold.
That's why he got in there so easy. There's holding.
I don't think Coach Mark O'Brien's going to be exactly thrilled at halftime, no matter what the score is, with how many holding calls that his team has been whistled for this evening.
Yeah, that's 2 touchdowns now called back from penalties.
So it'll be second down and long. And you don't have at least a place kicker of consequence right now for Coosa Christian. So have to get the touchdown from the 20. Delay give to East. And he runs right into the teeth of the Cedar Bluff defense. So you have Joseph East on the carry, Chambers, as well as the rest of the front 7 really for Cedar Bluff helping out on the tackle.
Yeah, it was a good job by Cedar Bluff to close up the gap and nowhere for him to run. You know, you get down in the red zone, everything tightens up. I'm surprised they didn't go back to Justice with the quarterback run again, because it looks like that's open every time.
Second quarter brought to you by Blair Auto Body. It'll be a third down. Really, it's a goal-to-go situation from the 16-yard line. Empty backfield. Justice throws toward the end zone, and that is knocked out of there, incomplete.
Great job by number 20. He made the catch and laid a lick on him in the end zone and out popped the ball. Fourth down.
We'll take another look. Good blocking by Coosa Christian's O-line, and we'll take a second look. That's a timely hit on Cleet O'Brien that time. As that knocks the ball out incomplete. And I think that was Hunter Jenkins that was able to knock that ball out, or maybe Caden Tracy incomplete.
Yeah, Caden Tracy, that was just textbook how you're supposed to do it.
So actually they will send the field goal unit out. Field goal try of 33 yards. Snap, hold, kick on the way. It is up, and it is good. So Jaden Burns with that 33-yard kick will take the timeout as Coosa Christian takes a 17-0 lead here in the second quarter in the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local, family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
Jaden Burns with a 33-yard field goal for Coosa Christian to increase the lead up to 17-0. As our second quarter brought to you by Blair Auto Body. And another kickoff presented by Rise and Shine Wellness for Coosa Christian. Jaden Burns will handle that as well. The end-over-end kick, and that'll go over everybody's head into the end zone as Edmondson and Jenkins back to receive, but into the end zone for the touchback. Impressive, like we saw from Jaden Burns. At least Coosa Christian set it up perfectly right in the middle of the field. And you'll see him, especially as you mentioned, Brandon, at this level, just with no doubt clear the uprights.
Yeah, he could have kicked that from 44 yards, so you don't see that much in 1A.
We saw Caleb Ogle last week at Southside make a 39-yard field goal, a critical field goal in the second quarter in their win over Leeds. So Cedar Bluff trying to find some momentum here in the second quarter on offense. Jenkins off the right side, maybe about a yard that time. Solid defense up front for Coosa Christian. There you see the big bodies. Zayden Franklin, a huge, you mentioned it earlier, Zayden Franklin, one of those, looks like he has the body. He could play 6A ball.
He could. I mean, he is just huge. He's just muscle, and Cedar Bluff's just not having no luck running the football tonight.
And it'll be second down. They'll say no gain for Hunter Jenkins.
If you're Cedar Bluff, you've got to get some points on the board on this drive.
It'll be Pack awaiting the snap. Pitches. Jenkins trying to reverse field. Let's see if he gets anything on it. Breaks out of one tackle and tripped up that time. Not sure for Coosa Christian who was able to just get enough of at least that ball carrier in Jenkins. And it was Grayson Long that time that was able to just get enough of Jenkins to prevent a big gain.
Yeah, he saw nothing to the left side, ran to the right side, and he made that shoelace tackle and prevented a big gain for Cedar Bluff.
Oh, yeah, check that. Grayson Malone, I should say, for Coosa Christian on the tackle. That'll actually lose a yard back to the 19-yard line. I thought Jenkins was going to get free, but give credit to Malone for making that stop. First down located at the 30-yard line, and before that, we'll have a timeout on the field. Timeout. With 8:08 remaining until halftime, Coosa Christian 17 and Cedar Bluff nothing. Second quarter, 8 minutes, 8 seconds remaining until halftime. All Coosa Christian so far up 17-0 over Cedar Bluff. Basically an elimination game in Class 1A Region 7 play, as the loser of this game practically will be eliminated from postseason play. Line to reach for the first down, the 30-yard line for Cedar Bluff. Pack steps up, pump fakes, under pressure, and he's going down inside the 10-yard line. You have Morgan as well as big Zayden Franklin coming in on the sack.
And he's hurt, too, on this play.
There you see Franklin gobbling up the quarterback, Hayden Pack, on that replay courtesy of D&G Roofing. And we have a man down, an injury timeout for Cedar Bluff. And it looks as if maybe the quarterback that time. We'll find out who it is after this timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit Debit Card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Caden Pack being helped off the field for Cedar Bluff as he took definitely the receiving end of being gobbled up by Zayden Franklin, the nose tackle for Coosa Christian on that sack. So 4th and long coming out of the timeout. Blair Auto Body presents our second quarter, also our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by our friends at Grub Mart, the home of the famous 99-cent bag of ice. Punt blocked in the end zone. Does Coosa Christian recover? If they do, it's a touchdown. And it will be a touchdown for the Coosa Christian Conquerors. Recovering in the end zone is Cade Mickler.
And he's hurt as well. When everything's going wrong, it's going wrong.
Indeed going wrong, as we'll take another look at that blocked punt. As it looked as if Mickler blocked the punt and recovered the ball in the end zone off of the blocked punt from Carter Dillingham as far as the new punter for Cedar Bluff. And looks as if we have another injury timeout as the score now up to 23-0 in favor of Coosa Christian. And now they're lining up for the point after. Jaden Burns, who already made a 33-yard field goal, on for his first PAT. Kicks it up, and no worries with that as it splits the uprights. And we'll take the timeout. 24-0, Coosa Christian on top here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Second quarter, 7 minutes, 34 seconds remaining until halftime. All Coosa Christian so far on homecoming here in Gadsden. James Hardy, Brandon Steele here with you on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week as we take a look at scores from around the state of Alabama. As expected, a low-scoring duel between Randolph County as well as Walter Wellborn. And Weaver a solid lead, and Hoax Bluff off to a good start in the second quarter against Ohatchee. Here's an onside kick, bouncing ball, and it'll be Coosa Christian ball.
Wow.
So normally, Brandon, you wouldn't see a team up 24-0 go for an onside kick in the second quarter, but remember, Coosa Christian has not been on the field for a game in 3 weeks. We'll take a second look at that onside kick as that gets recovered on our D&G roofing replay by Coosa Christian.
Well, you know, like you said, there's a lot of football to play after this game, and you might as well, while you're up, try different things, see what works, what don't work.
Yeah, I don't think it's anywhere close to Coach Marco Bryant wanting to run the score up necessarily as much as him just trying to get some quality reps for his special teams.
That's what I'm thinking.
Timeout on the field. We'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At iCare Alabama, our goal is to meet the needs of every patient. Dr. Dwayne Mohan and Dr. Ryan Price always strive for excellent outcomes. We want each patient to get the best vision and medical care possible. At iCare Alabama, we utilize all the latest technological advances to ensure that you receive the best quality eye care. So call for an appointment at any of our 4 locations in Piedmont, Heflin, Roanoke, or Atala and see the difference. Most insurance is accepted. Eye Care Alabama. Efficient, effective eye care close to home.
Got that one.
Second quarter, as Coosa Christian coming out of a timeout after recovering the onside kick. 7 minutes and a little bit of change, about the 7.5-minute mark remaining until halftime. It's homecoming for Coosa Christian, and so far a happy homecoming for the Conquerors faithful. There you see their record last season, one of their most successful seasons as a member of the AHSAA, as they were actually 2-4 about this time of the year last year before they went on a tear late in the season and eventually getting to the semifinals of the Class 1A playoffs. Quarterback keeper on the zone read. Justice around the left end. I Care Alabama first down and more. Pushed out of bounds at the far sideline.
What's sad about that play, Justice was not touched till about 25 yards downfield. I mean, it's open all night.
Yeah, he could just push a baby stroller down the field without getting touched for about 10 yards that time. So it tells you how great the blocking and the fake was on the part of the quarterback, Justice.
And no penalty.
1st and 10. And almost right on cue that time, Brandon, as far as a penalty, but for Cedar Bluff.
Outside. The defense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Well, you mentioned that kind of just jokingly as far as no penalty for Cedar Bluff, or rather for Coosa Christian on their quarterback keeper, but they've had about 3 holding calls so far in the first half, 2 of them that have wiped off potential touchdowns.
I can understand Coosa Christian, but Cedar Bluff really has got way too many penalties. They're going to have to get that cleaned up.
Quick throw, that'll be complete. O'Brien taken down inside the 20, about the 14-yard line. So Cleto Bryant with his first reception of the night. That'll be about a couple yards on the game.
It took them a quarter, but when they see Bryant out there in the flat, they know the ball's probably going to him, and they was able to make a good play there.
So second down, as actually the last defensive possession for Cedar Bluff, they were able to hold Coosa Christian to a field goal because, remember, Coosa Christian got their last touchdown on a blocked punt in the end zone. Clock stopped at 7:08 remaining in the opening half. Blair Auto Body brings you our second quarter and our FNN Game of the Week presented by Urban Rustique on Highway 78 in Oxford.
You missed it. There was another penalty.
Thank you very much, Brandon. So another penalty this time going on Cedar Bluff. So their second of this drive. And they're close to, 6 penalties unofficially in the first half. Moves the football, and that's an automatic I Care Alabama first down. Keeper for Justice off the right side, strolls into the end zone for the touchdown.
Did you see that?
I imagine I will see it on the second look.
I've never seen a quarterback just mull somebody over and knock them back 5 yards in the end zone. Look at this on the replay.
We'll take another second look. Justice, quarterback keeper, great camera work then, and just runs over a Cedar Bluff defender as D&G Roofing brings you another replay, this time on an 8-yard touchdown run by Justice. Burns coming in for the extra point. Kick up, and that is good. Timeout on the field. 6:58 remaining until halftime. Coosa Christian, running away with it, up 31-0.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week. This week at Coosa Christian, homecoming for the Conquerors as they lead the Cedar Bluff Tigers 31-0. Blair Auto Body with our second quarter coverage. And another kickoff coming to you thanks to the Conquerors and also Rise and Shine Wellness. Burns end over end kick. Edmondson inside the 20. Angles ahead, gets in the open field. He could be going the distance. Needs one man to break, and he will go the distance for the score. Check that, Hunter Jenkins with the touchdown as he's able to take it 82 yards for the touchdown.
Let your guard down and you kick it to number 30, and he busts one all the way for a touchdown. Great run.
So Cedar Bluff on the board. D&G Roofing with another look at Jenkins going to the house for the touchdown.
Now I understand the onside kick a while ago.
Well, yeah, now you may be right,
now I
Brandon.
Get it. Got it.
So Dillingham on for the PAT. Kick on the way. That is up, and that is good. So we'll take the timeout. Cedar Bluff on the board, down 31-7 after that 82-yard kickoff return here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
About midway through the second quarter, 6 minutes, 45 seconds remaining until halftime. And for Cedar Bluff, they've been able to get on the scoreboard, and they at least will have a highlight this evening thanks to Hunter Jenkins' 82-yard kickoff return for the touchdown. So at least a bright spot here in the first half for Cedar Bluff as they'll now kick off for the second time, I should say, this evening.
Well, that's the best cure when you're behind. Run it back for a touchdown.
So Rise and Shine Wellness gives you another kickoff, this time for the Cedar Bluff Tigers. Dillingham for his second kickoff of the evening. And you'll have O'Brien as well as Kylan Johnson to receive. That's a good end-over-end kick.
Yeah, very nice.
That'll go all the way into the end zone for the touchback. First down and 10, and a flag on the play.
No.
I think, Brandon, if you want to see the officials tonight, he picked a pretty good week to come to.
Yeah, I'm giving a refresher course here.
Personal foul from the kicking team.
Against the Tigers.
So that is a post-play penalty, as Roy Gunter reminds us that is a personal foul on Cedar Bluff.
Yeah, I saw a bit of a late hit there, and you just can't do that and make crazy mistakes. So now you know the ball's going to come out about the 35-yard line.
Well, especially on the road when for Cedar Bluff a loss with only one region game remaining puts them out of playoff contention.
Well, you said they was going to have a chip on their shoulder. I didn't believe you, but I'm believing you.
Well, the way that Coach Mark O'Brien was talking with me Tuesday, you had no choice but to believe every word that he said. Certainly as far as just the program's reaction as far as this off-field ruling from the AHSAA. Justice throws, and that is incomplete. Good coverage that time by Cedar Bluff as Hunter Stallings, the nearest man defensively on the play.
Yeah, look at the ball just got away from him. He was trying to hit number one out there in the flat and just underthrew him.
So the intended receiver was Kylan Johnson. And so that'll set up a second down and 10. Football at the 35-yard line. Coosa Christian has led wire to wire so far in the opening half. East, the only running back. Quick throw over the middle, good pass and good catch for Coosa Christian. That'll be good enough for an iCare Alabama first down to Cleet O'Brien. Just a good, solid, quick hitter for O'Brien, almost like a hitch pattern that time that advances the football on about an 11-yard gain to the 46.
Yeah, Justice and Bryant, they just locking up tonight.
Nearing midfield is the Conquerors offense. Give to East, and he runs right into a defensive player for Cedar Bluff. Right back to the line of scrimmage for no gain. You have number 78 and number 22 for Cedar Bluff, Caden Fife, and Carson Webb that time on the stop for the Cedar Bluff Tigers.
Yeah, he picked the biggest man to run into, and he just hit him square on, and there was just nowhere for him to go.
Momentum does get maybe a half yard on the play. 2nd and 9. Justice, plenty of time. Steps up, throws, and that is incomplete. Had a man at the Cedar Bluff 39-yard line, but really, Brandon, the pressure forces the incompletion.
He did. He had to get it out there in a hurry, and number 1 fell down.
Kylan Johnson, again, the intended receiver. And this is a big down coming up for the Cedar Bluff defense. They have an opportunity to get off the field.
I think this will be the first time if they're able to stop them.
Well, don't forget they did have an interception in the first quarter thanks to cornerback Brian Kinsey. And we'll have a stoppage in play. A timeout on the field. And timeout will be to Coosa Christian. Timeout. 5:43 left in the half. 31-7 in favor of Coosa Christian. Minutes, 43 seconds remaining until halftime as the score remains 31-7 in favor of Coosa Christian. The Coosa Christian Conquerors have led the entire evening on homecoming here in Gadsden. James Hardy, Brandon Steele with you, our guest color analyst, as Eddie Bullock will be rejoining us next week for our FNN High School football game of the week.
Big third down here for Cedar Bluff.
First down line to reach will be the Cedar Bluff 43-yard line. Justice, tunnel screen pass to Johnson, complete. Cuts it upfield, gets the Eye Care Alabama first down, and a lot more as he'll be wrapped up at the 20-yard line.
He had a chance to get off the field, and they burn you.
Good play call that time. And check that. Number 13, Grayson Malone on the reception as he advances that football into the red zone initially.
I'm going to go 10 for my flag.
Well, now we see the flag.
Blocking that.
What do you know, Brandon?
Call back again.
On a holding call.
Oh, that'll drive a head coach crazy.
So we'll hear from Roy Gunter. We heard from Roy Gunter, I should say, on the holding call. And even though Coosa Christian's up 31-7, I imagine that still won't exactly be the happiest of locker rooms for Coach Mark O'Brien.
No, it won't. You just can't have that, especially going back on the road here in a few weeks and in region play.
They'll be back on the road next week. Justice lofts it down the field and incomplete. Solid coverage for Eli McFry at the near side as he's able to box out one of the Coosa Christian receivers in Grant Morgan. So it's going to be a fourth down. And for the first time tonight, punting time for Coosa Christian.
Yeah, the first time Cedar Bluff actually got something positive here thanks to that holding call a while ago. And that puts them in a punting situation, which I'm sure that they don't mind punting the ball away and get some practice on the kicking side of the ball.
It'll be Burns back to punt. McFry as well as Stallings, the dual returners. A late man coming onto the field for Coosa Christian. Play clock down to 2, and Mark O'Brien not exactly happy as he'll have to call a timeout. Quite, at least disturbed by that lack of organization is Mark O'Brien, and we'll take the timeout with him here on the FNN High School football game of the week.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Tonight's FNN Game of the Week is sponsored in part by Advantage Tire and Alignment, Raglan Food Barn, Couches Jewelers, Law Pools and Patio, Ron's Good Barbecue and Cutter's Pizzeria, and by attorney Stephen R. Morris. Now, back to more of tonight's Game of the Week on FNN.
Treats to punt for Coosa Christian. Second quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Stallings and McFry to return for Cedar Bluff. Here's a fake and the throw down the field, and that'll be intercepted by McFry. Eli McFry stepping out of bounds, however, after catching the interception. So Cedar Bluff ready for that fake punt as they'll have solid field position at their own 40-yard line.
Yeah, we talked about that. You know, you're going to try different things, but I'm not so sure he stepped out. It looked close. We'll get to see that on the replay.
Oh, that was a good look. I think that back foot initially when he cut it upfield did barely, albeit, but did step out of bounds. D&G Roofing showing you a great camera work by our FNN crew on that interception return. So that's a solid defensive stop for Cedar Bluff defensively. Their offense comes out onto the field with some of their best starting field position of the night. 5:20 until halftime. It'll be the keeper, looks as if for Hunter Stallings, as you had the starting quarterback, Caden Pack, that was injured on a prior sack here in the second quarter. As he, at least from what he looked like going off the field, Brandon, I doubt we're going to see him much, if any, for the rest of this ball game.
I know it, and it kind of makes Cedar Bluff look a little one-dimensional here, and Coosa Christian's reading that. You know, the run didn't get much on that, maybe a half of a yard, second down, and 9 to go.
Hunter Stallings is the quarterback for Cedar Bluff, playing an emergency role this evening now at quarterback. Stallings keeping, breaks a tackle, and gets slammed forward for a couple of yards to the 43-yard line. And right now, as much as anything, Cedar Bluff just trying to slowly build some momentum, at least keep the football and keep the deficit no worse than 24 points going into the halftime locker room.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You're going to have to get something positive, and you want to do something quick.
Cedar Bluff got their only score on an 82-yard kickoff return thanks to Hunter Jenkins. First down line to reach is midfield for Cedar Bluff on a 3rd and 7. Stallings not in a hurry right now. Gives up the middle to Jenkins. Drags the pile with him across the 45 to the 46-yard line. So it'll be 4th down and about 4 yards to go where they're going to spot the football. Maybe 3 yards to go. Spot at the 47-yard line. And punting time, it appears, for Cedar Bluff.
Good positive yardage, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for that here, being down.
Now you do have the punt return unit come out for Coosa Christian. As Cedar Bluff will drop back to punt with just 10 on the play clock. Dillingham punts it away. A spiraling punt, great punt that time as it rolls inside the 10, fielded at the 9-yard line. And Cedar Bluff covers it solidly inside the 20 at about the 16-yard line.
Great punt.
Yeah, so returning it will be Cleet O'Brien for about 7 yards, but that turned out to be a pretty good swap of field position for Cedar Bluff.
Yeah, you need to put Coosa Christian back there closer to their own end zone and get into halftime and figure out where you can make some adjustments and come out and put some points on the board.
So Coach Garrett Crane's squad for Cedar Bluff having at least some positive things develop late in this second quarter. Ever since that kickoff return, they've been able to get a little bit of energy, and they've played better defensively in the last series. That'll be play action pass complete, and Cedar Bluff ready for that rollout that time as the catch from John David Justice is pass complete, but for minimal yardage. Looked as if it was Garrett Morgan on the catch, but didn't get very much, maybe about a couple yards. Football just shy of the 20-yard line.
Yeah, going by what you just said, Cedar Bluff's kind of tightening up here and putting Coosa Christian, putting a little pressure on them.
So second down, 9 yards to go after a 1-yard pass completion. Jet sweep give to Morgan, cuts it up, and close to the first down. And the spot will give him the first down at the 29-yard line.
Jet sweep working really well. The hole opened up, and he was able to get positive yardage and keep them chains moving right here before halftime.
I Care Alabama first down for Coosa Christian. Grant Morgan on his second carry of the evening. He actually got the opening carry of the ball game. That also, I believe, resulted in a first down. Late in the first half, under 2 minutes to go. Justice steps up, lofts it down the field, has a receiver behind the defense and caught at the Cedar Bluff 25, and it's going to go to the house for the touchdown for Dylan Edwards. 71 yards on that touchdown bomb, thanks to the combo of John David Justice and Dylan Edwards.
Yeah, Justice to Edwards here. Look at him. All day to throw, 70-yard bomb, pitch and catch. Hit him in stride. What a night Justice is having.
Beating his man, Samson Mallet, was Dylan Edwards. First touchdown pass of the evening for Justice. Second touchdown in total this evening. Justice already having an 8-yard touchdown run earlier here in the second quarter. Now makes it a 37-7 lead. Jaden Burns trots out for the PAT. Kick up, and it is good. Timeout. 1:45 remaining in the opening half. It is now 38-7 in favor of Coosa Christian.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
Late first half, 1 minute 45 seconds remaining until halftime. Coosa Christian has led ever since their opening drive of the ball game as they lead 38-7 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Brandon Steele joining us, our guest color analyst this evening. Coach Eddie Bullock will be back with us next week. James Hardy with you and the rest of our FNN crew. Pooch kick, end over end, as it'll be fielded on the fair catch by Hunter Stallings at the 25-yard line.
You mentioned this a while ago. Both teams look like they're both cleaning up the penalties and tightening up a little bit and playing some good clean football now.
So Stallings and company will come back out onto the field offensively, first down and 10. Yeah, a lot of penalties in the first quarter. In fact, I know Jim Jacobs and myself and you as well, Brandon, were talking about it. This has been, at least as far as our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, especially penalty-wise, one of the sloppier games we've seen all season long. At least the one that comes to mind to me would be that opening week for Ragland against Vincent. Give goes to Hunter Jenkins, and wrapped up in the backfield, at least the forward progress spots him back at the 23-yard line. So a loss of 2. Cedar Bluff just trying to run out the clock here
Yeah, well, since their quarterback's down, they're just so one-dimensional having to run the ball, and Coosa Christian is just reading this like a charm.
I mean, even at full strength, Brandon, Cedar Bluff with just the mindset of Coosa Christian tonight already behind the 8 ball, but certainly with just 26 total players on the roster, Cedar Bluff in a bind right now the rest of the way. Snap will come around the 1-minute mark. Jenkins tries to bounce it and dives forward around the 25-yard line, back to the original line of scrimmage.
Trying to find a seam, trying to find a gap, and Coosa Christian is just reading that and closing it up really quick. I mean, the size of Coosa Christian is just amazing for 1A football.
Looking ahead for Cedar Bluff next week, they'll actually have their open week before they'll close out the season at home for both of their remaining games against Appalachian and Donahoe. 3rd and 10 should be the final play of the opening half. Stallings barks out the signal. Keeps and will fall down behind the line of scrimmage as we count it down to halftime. 5 seconds to go. Or no, they'll stop the clock. Well, a timeout called for by Coosa Christian with 6 seconds remaining until halftime.
A little surprising there to call a timeout. Seems like you just want to get on into halftime and talk to your squad, but maybe there's we're trying to get some players in, maybe try to run a little something different. Seriously, doubt they're trying to score.
Well, I think you also can't forget, as far as just the circumstances, as far as Coosa Christian having to forfeit all those wins, especially in region play, and with the playoffs less than a month away now, and just 3 region games and 4 regular season games, including tonight for Coosa Christian. They want to make a statement, at least use this ball game to make a statement. It's not to Cedar Bluff, it's to the rest of the state, as far as especially if they can get in the playoffs to some of the teams that they could be facing in the postseason.
Well, they're imposing their will tonight. So what do you tell Cedar Bluff when you go into halftime? What do you tell your boys?
Hey, that's a good question. I think you just tell them to play. That's why I'm up here, Brandon. I wish I had Coach Eddie Bullock to answer that question, but I think the only thing you can really tell them is just keep fighting and play as hard as you can. Clearly you look at the size and the talent of these two teams, and there is a big discrepancy between these two teams. Dillingham to punt. Cleet O'Brien to return. And Dillingham gets the punt off. O'Brien from the 48 of Cedar Bluff and goes forward inside the 40 to the 36-yard line with a late flag on the play. We've also seen a couple of personal foul penalties in this first half, as I imagine that's also going to be one of those personal foul or unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. We'll find out from Roy Gunter.
Personal foul on the return team.
So hopefully we're able to get Coach Mark O'Brien here at halftime, and I imagine it'll be a very interesting conversation that we could be having at halftime with Coach O'Brien, whose team has led wire to wire in the first half, up 31, as they'll have one more play to go before going to the halftime locker room here on homecoming.
They're going to have to clean up the penalties if they want to go into the postseason.
So they'll mark the football back from around the 35 to midfield. One more play coming up here in the opening half. Been a rather lengthy first half, almost a 90-minute first half this evening from Gadsden.
I'm not going to be able to get my sushi. It's going to be closed.
Final play of the first half. Justice tosses complete to the near side. It'll be to Malone down the near sideline. He gets the iCare Alabama first down inside the 25 of Cedar Bluff as we come to halftime. And we'll wait to see if we can get Coach Mark O'Brien with us here at halftime. So far, it's been a very solid first half for Coosa Christian. A couple touchdowns from Joseph East, a couple touchdowns in total from quarterback in John David Justice. As we're waiting to get Coach Mark O'Brien with us, and I believe he's heading toward our microphone. So stick with us as we'll get a couple of passing thoughts from Coach O'Brien before we go to halftime. And Coach O'Brien stepping up to the microphone. And for Coosa Christian up 38-7, Coach Mark O'Brien joining us here at halftime. Coach, your assessment of the first half this evening?
Well, I mean, it's not perfect. We're still out of sync. This 21 days off is affected some of our time and stuff, so not real happy with that. Really pleased with the defense.
Talk about what did go well in the first half, especially for your offense.
I mean, I think we ran the ball very well. I was really happy with that. But just our over-the-top game's just not real good right now. Our timing's off. So we got to get that. We just need reps, you know. I mean, just more reps, you know, so.
And what do you want to see from your team in the second half?
Continue to dominate. We're trying to send a message, and I hope we're sending it loud and clear.
Coach, thanks for joining us, and good luck in the second half.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Coach Mark O'Brien at halftime, as it is Coosa Christian up 38-7. We'll take this halftime timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week here at halftime, as the Calhoun County Commission brings us our halftime coverage. The Calhoun County Commission reminds you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Coosa Christian has had a lot to offer on both sides of the ball, and they've also gotten a special teams touchdown this evening as we take a look at scores from around the state of Alabama. Critical region games approaching actually mid-October officially on Sunday. So already in mid-October and still about a month left in the regular season. As Central Clay County coming in number 3 in the Class 5A in the state. And then there's Leeds and Alexandria, a somewhat surprising scoreless tie in the second quarter. And then Springville and Lincoln basically trying to play for a playoff spot in Region 6 of Class 5A. Moody and St. Clair County scoreless in the second quarter. Actually, that's right, they did play last night, and I believe it was Moody coming up with a big win in region play last night. taking a look at some other scores from around the state of Alabama. And also, we're going to have a couple of big games coming up for you over the next couple of weeks. In fact, the next 2 weeks will conclude region play, and we'll have some huge region games from around this area. And we also have a few adjustments to our FNN Game of the Week over the next couple of weeks, as we will actually be making a change of venue next week, going just a short trip over to Oxford. So basically home base for us, as top-ranked Clay Chalkville makes the region trip over on I-20 to Oxford, a 6A Region 6 title game that could be at stake for both of those teams. Basically a bounce-back year for Coach Sam Adams and the Oxford Yellow Jackets, as they'll be playing on the big stage next week.
I like Oxford in that one. I know everybody's saying Clay Chalkville's going to come in there and dominate, but Oxford plays really good at home. So,
and then our Battle at the Belt was supposed to be next week, but actually not a bad alternative for us as far as the Battle for the Belt. This very well will be for another region championship in Class 5A Region 6 Southside, with that impressive breakthrough win against number 6 Leeds last week. They'll make the trip down Highway 411 to take on Moody. And that'll be our Battle at the Belt game in 2 weeks. And also, don't forget, as always, every Tuesday night from Struts Wings in Oxford, the FNN Coaches Show. Jim Jacobs, yours truly, normally Joe Medley, but he'll be again on assignment at Jacksonville State for another Tuesday night college football game at JSU. So it'll be Jim, yours truly, and then our coaches, guests, and players from around the area. And we'll have another FNN Player of the Week to award this Tuesday night from Struts Wings in Oxford. Homecoming here in Gadsden, as Coosa Christian bringing out their homecoming court, and they will award their homecoming queen as well here in just a moment. So definitely a special night for the Coosa Christian family here in Gadsden, as we are at halftime from Gadsden, Alabama. Coosa Christian up 38-7. The halftime coverage, as always, brought to you by our friends at the Calhoun County Commission, inviting you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. We'll take a look at the rankings this week from around the state of Alabama, according to the Alabama Sports Writers Association. And first off, we'll take a look at the rankings in Class 7A. Central Phoenix City remains undefeated in the pole position in Class 7A. Thompson still hanging in there with the first place vote at number 2 in the state of Alabama. And you see a lot of Birmingham schools, as usual, being represented in that top 10.
You know, a lot of people have already kind of anointed this thing to Central of Phoenix City, guys, but don't count Thompson out just yet.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Jim. As much big-time winning as they've had over the last 6 years or so, I definitely would not count Thompson out yet.
Of course, here's a list that a lot of people in our immediate area are interested in, because it's 6A, because of Oxford and Gadsden City and some other teams. And, of course, we've got that big matchup. There you see Clay Chalkville at number 2. How many points they got up right now, Nate? Yeah, 60-something already tonight. So, you know, the Cougars are going to pose a real challenge for the Jackets next week at Lamar Field, and we're going to be there to show it to you.
And Oxford having a breakthrough year for third-year head coach Sam Adams at number 9 in the state this week. And there you see some of the other teams. Hillcrest of Tuscaloosa still undefeated and kind of a sleeper as far as when it comes to the Class 6A playoffs in the postseason.
All right, let's take a look at 5A. Of course, Gulf Shores still atop the list. Defending state champs Ramsey there, and poised at number 3 is that old Danny Horn.
But I tell you what, fellas, when I was talking with Coach Miles Holcomb last week, he told me that how a lot of his players felt that they were being disrespected by the voters in the ASWA. Well, this week, after their big win last week against Leeds, they're in the top 10 now at number 7 in the state of Alabama, right behind Gunnersville, who's their only loss of the season for the Southside Panthers this year.
Yeah, and there sits Moody up in number 5, and that's our battle for the belt in a couple of weeks. Moody and Southside, and James, I think that'll also be for the region crown unless Moody goes to Leeds next week and slips up, and then all heck breaks loose.
That's right, and at least still for Southside, because they have an open week this week and Alexandria at home next week. They're likely going to be playing for a region title in a couple of weeks. Class 4A, Andalusia, the defending state champions at number 1, and Cherokee County at number 2. Andalusia and Cherokee County have been 1-2 for practically the entire season.
And that is a repeat collision course, pretty much set to happen. But there are so many good teams out of 4A South, James. I mean, you know, talk about Montgomery. Look at there, Montgomery Catholic. There's Jackson. There's Hanley. There's Jacksonville. There's Bibb County. All of those are teams out of the South. And I don't know if, you know, you make it out of the South and get to the Super 7, I don't know what kind of shape you're going to be in physically just to get there.
Yeah, that's a very outstanding point, especially if Cherokee County is able to do what they need to do in the postseason. Yeah, for any of those South Division teams, that's going to be a very tough matchup for the Super 7 in December.
Yeah, I just don't see anybody heading Cherokee County out of the North. You know, Aniana might want another crack at them, but, you know, they've been there, done that. We saw it last year. I mean, I just don't see anybody getting Cherokee County before they go to Tuscaloosa for the state title game. They're just a team on a mission, and they look the part.
And, I mean, we've talked about it already a couple weeks ago, but Jacob Kelly really is making a name for himself as one of the top and brightest young head coaches in the coaching ranks in the state of Alabama.
You know, I'd put some handcuffs on him because I got a feeling he's going to get some phone calls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I bet from especially like some of the Birmingham area schools, they could definitely be giving him a call in their future.
Well, you just like his style, you know. Class 3A, let's talk about Mars Hill Bible. They've been beating up everybody. Mobile Christian's there, Madison Academy, all private schools, the top class 3A until we get to Gordo down at number 4. And there's another private at number 5 in St. James. Sylvania in at number 7. They're probably going to win that region that's in our area. But, you know, Mars Hill Bible looks awful tough.
Yeah, solid Class 3A top 10. Also Geraldine in at number 8 out of Class 3A Region 6.
All right, let's move on down to Class 2A. BB Comer looks to be the class of the field so far. They haven't been headed, but if you see there's a lot of number 1 votes that didn't come their way. A lot of the pollsters believe Highland Home is solid. You know, Fife, how do you not vote for Fife if you live up in that area? And Pisgah and Fife, that's a collision course waiting to happen here. I'm not sure when it is, but it's pretty soon.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, that'll be coming up soon as Fife already lost on the season, but still with the way they've played this year and, of course, their championship-level reputation, 3 first-place votes, even though they're just number 4 in the top 10 rankings this week.
And, James, you know, you better not count Reeltown out. We saw what they did to Cleburne County a couple of weeks ago, and, I mean, they just came to town and stole everything.
Yeah, won 69-3, I believe it was, just a couple of weeks ago to close out the month of September.
And, of course, there's Locust Fork sitting back there in number 8. They took care of Pleasant Valley last week, a really solid team with no losses. You know, 2A's pretty wide open right now.
Yeah, it's really a solid season across the state when it comes to these top 10 teams and Class 1A. And there's Coosa Christian, about the only time because of the off-field circumstances involved in Coosa Christian's journey this year. Brandon, that's about the only time you'll ever see a team that's officially winless. And I put the winless in air quotes as far as the ineligibility rules when it comes to what's led Coosa Christian to have to forfeit all but one of their wins so far this year. So officially in region play, they're winless, but that's one of the only times you're going to see a team well below 500 in the top 10.
I know it, but the positive thing, like you said, they can still make the playoffs if they win out. So
I tell you what, they certainly look like a playoff content, not just getting in the playoffs, but making another deep run in the postseason does the Conquerors of Coosa Christian at number 9 this week in the Alabama Sports Writers top 10 rankings across the state this week. We're at halftime. All Coosa Christian so far as they lead 38-7 over Cedar Bluff. We'll take the timeout and set up the third quarter coming up after this on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
At iCare Alabama, our goal is to meet the needs of every patient. Dr. Dwayne Mohan and Dr. Ryan Price always strive for excellent outcomes. We want each patient to get the best vision and medical care possible. At iCare Alabama, we utilize all the latest technological advances to ensure that you receive the best quality eye care. So call for an appointment at any of our 4 locations in Piedmont, Heflin, Roanoke, or Atala and see the difference. Most insurance is accepted. Eye Care Alabama. Efficient, effective eye care close to home.
Halftime coverage here at Coosa Christian on the Conquerors Homecoming Friday. Right in the middle of October as we're at halftime. The Calhoun County Commission brings us our halftime coverage as we take a review of the first half. After one quarter, it was Coosa Christian with a 14-0 lead thanks to a couple of touchdown runs from Joseph East of 24 yards and 11 yards as we'll review the first half highlights. D&G Roofing presenting our replays and our highlights as there's the toss pitch going to East. And look at that blocking, Brandon, around the left side, untouched for East's first touchdown of the first quarter.
Yeah, and that's been the story all night long. Him and the quarterback just mixing it up, and quarterback sneaks, running back, everything's working.
Here's what looked as if probably just as much desperation as anything due to the rush as Caden Pack tried to punt and had to tuck it and got pulled down, leading to the second touchdown of the night from Joseph East from 11 yards out. 2-point conversion run by John David Justice made it 14-0. As there you see the effort that Justice shows stretching that ball to the pylon. A great run that time on the 2-point conversion from the Conquerors quarterback. And then Caden Pack late in the first quarter rolls and couldn't really do much against an aggressive rush from Coosa Christian on the sack. And here's one of the solid plays in the passing game. One of 2 touchdowns that was brought back on holding calls. This was Justice to Eli Moats. What would have been about a 30-yard touchdown, but a holding call brought that back. And that actually led to the first of 2 interceptions for Coosa Christian. As stepping up and coming up with the interception was Samson Mallett, the safety. Strong safety with the first of 2 picks for the Cedar Bluff defense. And then showing off his leg, Jaden Burns, a 33-yard field goal attempt after a solid Coosa Christian drive. And you'll see him just bang that through the uprights. Good to make it 17-0 early second quarter. And then trying to pass down the field and then getting dragged down was Caden Pack as he had to leave and likely will not see him for the remainder of this ball game. The sack that time going to Zayden Franklin as the punt blocked and recovered in the end zone, both by Coosa Christian defensively, as it was Cade Mickler with the punt block and the recovery for the touchdown. PAT increased the lead 24-0. And this was the highlight of the night for Cedar Bluff. Or at least prior to that. We'll get to their special teams highlight in a moment as an onside kick recovered by Coosa Christian. Score at 23-0 at this point. 8-yard run around right end, thanks to John David Justice for his first rushing touchdown of the night. And right after that, here's the special teams highlight, courtesy of Hunter Jenkins. 82 yards, scrambles away from the special teams defenders for Coosa Christian, and the extra point made it at that point 31-7. And then here's a fake punt as Coosa Christian pays for it with the Eli McFry interception. And then we'll see one more touchdown coming up as we're about ready to start the third quarter. Final touchdown of the first half, a 71-yard aerial. Justice to Dylan Edwards. Beautiful play to close out the first half. Extra point made it 38-7, and that's where we're at now as we time that up just about perfectly to go into the third quarter. Both of these teams coming out of the halftime locker room, and when you look at for Cedar Bluff, they're down big to obviously a much more physical and talented squad. What do you want to see out of Cedar Bluff, Brandon, in the second half? And what do you expect to see as well from Coosa Christian here in the second half?
Well, I've been in Cedar Bluff's position playing high school football, and your coach usually just tells you, when you're outmanned like that, let's come out there, let's keep the ball, keep the penalties under control, keep your head up, don't look at the scoreboard, and just play each play, and don't get discouraged. I mean, that's about all you can say. But what was disturbing, not disturbing, but the head coach, when you was interviewing at halftime, he said he's going to come out and he's going to make a statement, where most coaches might come out and maybe get some reps in for some second stringers. I think he said he's wanting to make a statement.
Well, I think the general vibe I got in my pregame coaching visit with Coach Marco Bryant this week was just kind of the chip on the shoulder theme with what's happened as far as the forfeited games, thanks to the Alabama High School Athletic Association ruling a couple of weeks ago, as far as some ineligible players that were played earlier in the season. But at least there is a window of opportunity when you look at it from a Coosa Christian Conqueror perspective, that if they win out, they're going to punch their ticket to the postseason, and with what they showed last year and even a little bit tonight, that they're still, at least to just a third-party observer, but even when you look at it from Mark O'Brien's perspective, he thinks that he's very optimistic about his team's chances if they can get to the postseason of making a lot of noise in the postseason.
Yeah, that's what I got from his halftime speech. There's a lot to play for. He's wanting to make a statement. But I'm going to be interested to see if they can come out, clean up the penalties, and play a good, clean second half. Because that's going to be key going forward with his future games. Because you cannot come out and beat a good team and have 10 penalties.
Well, one word that Mark O'Brien brought up to me this week was dominant. That's the type of football that he wants to see his Coosa Christian Conquerors play.
They have been dominant.
Albeit with some mistakes, with some sloppiness, especially on the offensive side of the ball. They've had 4 holding penalties so far this evening that's wiped away a couple of touchdowns and also a couple of first downs as well.
Yeah, they're going to have to clean that up.
Kickoff coming up as Coosa Christian received the opening kickoff in the first quarter, and we'll have the second half begin on a Coosa Christian kickoff. Our kickoff's brought to you by Rise and Shine Wellness, and our third quarter brought to you this evening by Victory Law. So Rise and Shine time coming about 6:30 in the morning to begin the weekend, but it'll be the third quarter about to begin for Cedar Bluff and Coosa Christian. 2 touchdowns for Joseph East and 2 touchdowns in total for John David Justice. Onside kick, as that'll be batted around and recovered by Coosa Christian.
Wow. There we go. I was not expecting an onside kick. Coosa Christian kicked it. Cedar Bluff once again was unable to handle the kick, and Coosa Christian's ball.
Second look at the onside kick. It looked as if that Cedar Bluff, Brian Kinsey was in position, but Cleet O'Brien comes out with it. D&G Roofing bringing you that second look. Also, Bama Sheds brings you our ball toss each and every week, a new feature as far as our FNN high school football game of the week. Show your ball that you get at one of our FNN game of the week sites, and you'll get a 10% discount off of their merchandise. Give going to O'Brien, dragged down with a flag on the play.
There we go with the penalty flags again. Coosa Christian trying to run the ball. He's trying to run it to the outside, and there was just nothing there. Great job by Cedar Bluff coming down here strong.
So O'Brien goes off the left side for very minimal gain. Once again, Roy Gunter.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense. 15-yard penalty, be first down.
Thought it might have been a face mask, and indeed, referee Roy Gunter confirms that. Moves the football inside the 30, an automatic I-Care Alabama first down. Justice pump fakes, lofts into the end zone and caught for the touchdown. Dylan Edwards on his second touchdown reception of the evening to make it 44-7.
Justice and Edwards making it look easy, just pitch and catch. Nobody really covering him, and there he was in the end zone, and just like that, Coosa Christian back on the board.
Almost like target practice that time. Another look, as we'll see the second touchdown aerial, third total touchdown for John David Justice, as D&G Roofing brings you that combo of Justice to Edwards. Jaden Burns on for another PAT. Low snap. Good hold, however, as the kick is up and good. We'll take the timeout. 45-7 in favor of Coosa Christian. Early third quarter FNN High School football game of the week.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Early third quarter, onside kick recovered by Coosa Christian to begin this third quarter. And a couple plays later, John David Justice hooks up with Dylan Edwards for the touchdown. A 29-yard touchdown pass.
You know, if you're Cedar Bluff, you wanted to come out and have something positive, you get hit with a face mask, and then Justice to Edwards for a quick score. It's going to be a long night.
Second time this evening that Justice has hooked up with Edwards for a passing touchdown. Deep kickoff this time, and that's going to go well out of bounds over Alonzo Kirby's head, one of our cameramen, and so that's going to be a first down and 10 with solid field position for Cedar Bluff.
That's something positive for Cedar Bluff.
So Coosa Christian has made some mistakes, so it hasn't been exactly the cleanest of performances that they've had so far this year, but keep in mind that Coosa Christian has not played a game on the field in 3 weeks.
That's right, and that's what Coach mentioned in his halftime speech. 3 weeks off, and he's wanting to get some reps in.
And with the apparent departure, I should say, of Caden Pack, as far as his prior injury in the second quarter at quarterback, Cedar Bluff's offense basically just going in survival mode at this point.
That's what it appears.
So Cedar Bluff just trying to get back to Cherokee County in one piece. Hunter Stallings taking over the quarterback spot at least late in the second quarter. Gives to Hunter Jenkins. And he'll be lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Indeed, Hunter Stallings handling the signal calling duties for the Cedar Bluff Tigers. They'll be off next week. And then this is their final road trip of the season, so they have 2 more home games to close out the regular season. Appalachian and Donahoe, their 2 remaining teams on the schedule after tonight. Coosa Christian packing the line of scrimmage defensively. Second and long give to Jenkins. Bounces off the initial pile and gets back to the original line of scrimmage on a 2nd and 12. So a 2-yard gain back to the 35-yard line.
We've been talking about the Coosa Christian offense, but their defense is very dominant as well. They're loading the box. They're bringing their linebackers up. They got a lot of motion, and it's really confusing Cedar Bluff. And, of course, they're one-dimensional right now with their quarterback out, but Coosa Christian's defense is looking really impressive.
Coach Marco Bryant very much optimistic as far as his team's chances of getting into the playoffs, but also making some noise in the playoffs. We'll tell you later on as far as who he thinks could be some of his biggest competition out of the north later on in the second half. For the snap and for the train whistles blow, we'll have the flag on the play. So it looks as if a delay of game, as indicated by referee Roy Gunter. I think I'll have that train whistle in my head by the time I wake up in the morning tomorrow.
I'm really surprised. They gave a warning in the first quarter for them to stop that. So,
yeah, I'm surprised they haven't done a little more on that. As long yardage situation, Stallings running for his life and goes down behind the line of scrimmage. So coming up with the sack was Garrett Morgan. Hunter Stallings running for his life, as it'll be a 4th down and long with 3rd and 15. So that will actually net a 1-yard gain for Hunter Stallings, but in any case, will be punting time for Cedar Bluff. I think I'll catch that train home back to Lincoln later this evening as Carter Dillingham gets ready to punt. Cleet O'Brien to return. Early movement along the interior line for Cedar Bluff, and the flags come out.
That's a good strategy by Coosa Christian.
Encroachment on the defense.
Offsides.
Maybe too good that time.
Right. Jumped across.
So they initiated the false start, so it'll be an offside, moving the ball beyond the 35-yard line, but still punting time for both teams.
And I've played the line before. When you've got the defense jumping over there on you, it's easy to jump.
Almost a little eye candy for those linemen.
So they're coming after it.
Snap. And they, I think, might have partially gotten it.
Oh, that's going to be a
block in the back that time, and a hard hit that time for one of the blockers on special teams. Might have been, I think Cleet O'Brien got himself a good block as the flag comes out.
I don't know if they seen the block in the back there. That was pretty fragrant.
Yeah, I think, Brandon, they might have seen that block in the back, because I think that flag did come out right after that block in the back.
Okay. First down.
At the 40.
So it'll be a 1st down and 10 in any case, and I think they just wave off the flag that time. So 1st down and 10 for Coosa Christian at their own 43. East right up the middle. He has a head of steam and stood up at midfield. drags the pile with him across the first down line to the 45-yard line.
Just a simple handoff, and they're just imposing their will east, just right up the middle. Nothing Cedar Bluff can do to stop that train.
Defense. Also, a flag comes in during the play. It looked as if an offside penalty.
From the end of the run, 15.
Defense.
Their ball.
There's a flag
unsportsmanlike on the defense
against the Tigers.
It's a 15-yard penalty.
So Roy Gunter tells us, in addition to that I Care Alabama first down run, that there was an unsportsmanlike conduct, also maybe a little more chippy play resulting from Cedar Bluff.
Yeah, you're probably going to see a lot of that because East is he's just that train whistle. That's him running up that middle.
Yeah, he's the locomotive, especially when he gets north and south. Football after the penalty moves to the Cedar Bluff 30-yard line. Victory Law brings you our third quarter and our FNN high school football game of the week each and every week. Justice tosses down the field, and that's a pretty good ball, but even better defense. Incomplete, as knocking it away was Caden Tracy.
Great job by Caden Tracy here. I mean, Justice went back to throw, and that's just a very good play by the secondary, and that's textbook. Keep your eye on the ball. He turned, not facing, knocked the ball away without getting a flag.
D&G Roofing with our second look. Edwards, the intended receiver, back to action. East with a head of steam, or O'Brien, check that, gets free and goes out of bounds just shy of the goal line. So O'Brien trying to get in the scoring column. A second look as O'Brien looking to run over someone, instead gets shoved out of bounds at the 2-yard line. But
another dominant run.
We'll have another unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on Cedar Bluff. So the wheels falling off psychologically and just composure-wise for Cedar Bluff.
It is. What can you do? You're down 45-7. Everything you're doing is failing. And Coosa Christian is not doing anything fancy.
Yeah, just half the distance at this point. So to the 1-yard line, as we'll have a whistle and a timeout on the field. So we'll take the timeout with them, a Cedar Bluff timeout, with Coosa Christian up 45-7.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week from Gadsden. In the heart of Etowah County is Coosa Christian leading Cedar Bluff 45-7. Our first ever FNN High School Football Game of the Week visit to Coosa Christian. Victory Law brings you our third quarter. And we'll be back down in Oxford next week for a big showdown. As first, we'll show you our broadcast location here at Coosa Christian. Just a few minutes away from downtown Gadsden and the Coosa River. Due north of the Coosa River. We'll be in Oxford next week for our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. But first, Coosa Christian trying to finish off another touchdown drive. O'Brien and East, the running backs. Keeper for Justice plows into the line. And he's going to be stopped shy of the goal line. So check that, Cleto Bryant getting the direct snap as we approach that 8-minute mark here in the third quarter. Quick snap. And the give, and diving into the end zone, Cleto Bryant for the touchdown.
Yeah, the hole just opened up. Not much Cedar Bluff could do there, and he just hopped right over, and that's another 6.
The Cedar Bluff Red Sea parts for Cleet O'Brien as he walks his way in, or at least jumps his way in, I should say, for the 1-yard touchdown. Extra point coming up. Second touchdown of the evening, and that was the first touchdown run by Cleet O'Brien tonight.
He's an impressive runner.
PAT on the way. Kick up and good. Timeout. 52-7. Coosa Christian long since running away with it here in the third quarter. FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week this week from Coosa Christian in Gadsden. Homecoming night for the Coosa Christian Conquerors as they lead 52-7. Already a couple of touchdowns here in the second half. Returning for Cedar Bluff will be Hunter Stallings as well as Hunter Jenkins. Short and over in Pooch kick. As the fair catch, the taxi sign waved for by Cedar Bluff's Brian Kinsey. So first down and 10 for the Cedar Bluff Tigers. They'll take over from their own 30-yard line. All Coosa Christian so far as they've just imposed their will ever since they got out of the opening locker room.
They are, but Cedar Bluff comes out and, you try to get something positive going, you start getting hit with penalties, face mask, personal fouls. You've got to stop the penalties and get something positive going on this drive.
Cedar Bluff has netted just a handful of first downs offensively. They do have an 82-yard kickoff return from Hunter Jenkins as their only touchdown of the night. A timeout called for. As Cedar Bluff will use their second of 3 timeouts. We'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
There's 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Coosa Christian trying to make a statement as far as the rest of Class 1A in the state of Alabama. We'll take a look at scores from around the state as B.B. Comer having a solid night against Thorsby. While you take a look at some scores from around the state, Cedar Bluff ready for the snap. Stallings on the give to Hunter Jenkins. Fights his way back to the line of scrimmage, maybe. Or instead they'll mark it back at the 28-yard line for a loss of a couple of yards.
Just nothing there.
Garrett Crane in his first season as the head coach for Cedar Bluff. And he mentioned to me some of the core values that he's trying to instill as far as the Cedar Bluff football program, especially as far as just the long-term values and identity that he wants to see out of his 1A football program up in Cherokee County. The Tigers offense takes their time out of the huddle. Second and long. Give goes to Jenkins. Finds some running room across the line of scrimmage and gets across the original line of scrimmage as well to the 33-yard line. Talking with Coach Garrett Crane earlier this week, he mentioned as far as some of those core values when it comes to that Tigers acronym: toughness, integrity, effort, responsibility, and service to others.
Those are good values to have, and if he's there for more than this season, he will definitely improve this Cedar Bluff team because they're usually pretty tough.
Yeah, a Cedar Bluff program that has been to the playoffs coming into this year for the last 9 years.
Yes.
3rd down and 7 to go. Stallings keeps himself up the middle. He'll be about 3 yards shy of the first down. Gets some solid room up the middle behind his center and falls forward to about the 37-yard line. So a 4th and 3 on the way.
Pretty good drive by Cedar Bluff. You know, they're trying to rush up the middle, keeping it simple. Coosa Christian knows they're going to run the ball, and they're still picking up some positive yardage. So 4th down, it'll be interesting to see if they can get the first down here.
A very comfortable weather evening here in Gadsden. 66 degrees under cloudy skies, our present temperature. 4th down. Line to reach the 40. Stallings behind center, and he gets stuffed and turns it over on downs. Does the Cedar Bluff offense.
Desperation move there. Cedar Bluff had to go for it. I mean, you're down 52-7. Coosa Christian knows they're going to run the ball, stack the box, and that's what you get. Coosa Christian ball.
The Coosa Christian defense blows up that 4th down run from Hunter Stallings. And the Conquerors at least conquer that 4th down opportunity defensively. They come back out onto the field, does this Coosa Christian offense. And let's not forget, as far as the 1A rosters, you're not going to have the 5A, 6A, and 7A numbers as far as the rosters. So most of the starters will be on the field for much of the game. Justice tucks, runs, still on his feet. 1st down and more, turns the corner, going to the end zone and in for the touchdown.
We've seen that play 3 or 4 times in the game. Justice just runs, found an opening, and hit the sideline, tight-roped it into the end zone.
So that's a run of 38 yards, barring any penalty flags, which there appears to be a yellow hanky on the field.
On number 78, he's ejected.
We've had multiple unsportsmanlike conduct penalties so far this evening. And looks as if that our friend in the zebra and the white hat suit, Roy Gunter, calls the personal foul. It looks as if that somebody's night might be coming to an end.
There you see Justice here, finding the opening, hits to the outside, tight ropes it, Riles strolls into the end zone.
D&G Roofing shows you that 28-yard touchdown run down the sideline from John David Justice. That's his 2nd touchdown of the night on the ground. PAT on the way. Also a busy night from Jaden Burns. Perfect on all of his kicks so far, including a 33-yard field goal in the 2nd quarter.
And that's impressive. 1A, having a good kicker like that, dependable. You can pick up 3 points. You get that extra point. I see that failed so many times in 1A football.
PAT on the way. High snap, but nothing wrong as far as the hold and the kick, which is good from Jaden Burns. Timeout. Coosa Christian now up 59-7 over Cedar Bluff on the FNN High School football game of the week.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
5 minutes, 14 seconds remaining in the third quarter. A drawn-out game tonight from Gadsden at Coosa Christian. Thanks to numerous penalties in the first half, and we have an injured player down off in the end zone, off to our left for Cedar Bluff. They've had a couple of players go down, including Caden Pack, their quarterback. And looks as if they get the young man from Cedar Bluff on his feet.
Always good to see. I hate to see any young men getting hurt.
So, yeah, it reminds you, though, Brandon, as far as just how rough and how physical this game can be. And it takes a lot of, especially just psychological courage for these young players to go out there, strap it up, and go do their job on the football field.
If there's anything positive coming from this from Cedar Bluff, they're not giving up. They're trying their best.
Yeah, they're definitely doing that. As the injured player for Cedar Bluff, looks as if Logan Hampton, the man that gets up, and he'll be helped off to the training table. And definitely hope he and Caden Pack are okay when it comes to the rest of their season. Cedar Bluff will have the week off next week. Also an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after the touchdown, so the kickoff from the 45 is that onside kick easily fielded by Cedar Bluff. Brian Kinsey on the recovery.
Yeah, great job by Kinsey with the hands, because that ball's coming to him like a rocket. He was able to jump on it and get the ball back for his offense.
Yeah, so far this year for Coach Garrett Crane, he's been pleased with his team so far, despite about a 500 record for most of the season, but inconsistent as far as the wins and losses go. But as far as what he also wants to see out of this program, he wants to see a more physical team, as well as establish those Tigers values that we mentioned prior to the last break, and just also see a good work ethic, which he's seeing from his team so far in the big picture this year.
That's right. First-year coaches, they usually do have a hard time their first season.
Hunter Stallings at quarterback. He'll fake, and no, he'll just give off, and Coosa Christian ready for it. And that's been the story tonight, as Hunter Jenkins swallowed up behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Coosa Christian knows they're going to run the ball. They're not going to pass, and they're just reading this, and they're getting in the backfield on them.
An open week coming up next week for Cedar Bluff. This is their final road test of the season. Their next game on October 27th to close out region play against Appalachian, and at home against Donahoe to close out the season on November the 3rd. Second and long. About 14 to go. Stallings gives up the middle, a flag behind the play. What you would think would be a holding call. We'll find out officially from referee Roy Gunter.
Illegal use of hands on the defense. Number 8, straight to the face mask.
Well, there you hear it, a simple illegal hands to the face on the part of Cedar Bluff's defense.
Yeah, that's going to make Cedar Bluff's coach even madder. He didn't need any more, but can't go hands to the face on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's right. Coosa Christian, I should say, on the penalty. So hands to the face, moves it up inside the original, beyond the original line of scrimmage at the 35, now the 36-yard line. The 45, the line to reach for the first down. Makes it now a 2nd down and 9. Oh, an early start and a good lick that time, and we might see a bit of extracurricular activity after Coosa Christian pounces on the snap count and gets their money's worth on that penalty.
Well, it'll be deciding if Cedar Bluff jumped or not, because as a defensive lineman, that's what you're supposed to do. If they jump, you come on across and nail them.
I imagine the officials will have an idea as far as figuring out how they want to control this game the rest of the way, so that nothing really big as far as any sort of extracurricular activity breaks out.
That and injuries. The best thing they can do is get on that whistle as quick as they can.
So we still have 4 minutes and change remaining in the third quarter. So didn't see who along the defensive front for Coosa Christian got that fashionably early head start that time on the snap count.
Yeah, I couldn't see from here, but like I said, if Cedar Bluff jumped, then Coosa Christian did the right thing. You just come on across.
I got to say, I kind of do like the gold tops and bottoms we're seeing this evening from Coosa Christian. Almost kind of a UCLA type of look.
Yeah, just like false start on the offense. Dead ball. Personal foul on the defense. On number 55. 55 is ejected.
So there's a little twist this evening as far as, well, the false start, drawing Zayden Franklin off. But Zayden Franklin, if he was going to get thrown out, he got his money's worth.
Yeah, he sure did.
As he took a shot on, I believe, the left guard for Cedar Bluff, which the starting left guard is Carter Dillingham, also the punter and the place kicker. So Zayden Franklin's going to get an early trip to the showers.
A little surprised on that. When the offense jumps, that's what you're taught. Come on across.
So you have Roy Gunter coming over to chat things with Coach Marco Bryant as far as that ejection and really to try and get this game in control. So they don't want things getting way too out of hand on this homecoming night. Been one of our longest games of the evening. We've already gone almost 2.5 hours of real time so far this evening, and we're still 4 minutes and change left in the third quarter.
Just a quick score update. White Plains 28, Cleburne County 10.
I'll tell you what, that would be a breakthrough win for White Plains, and especially first-year coach Blake Jenkins, if they can hold on and get that win. At least right now is not officially going to be a region win for White Plains this year, but against a region team in Class 4A Region 4 definitely would be a big step forward for the White Plains football program.
It sure would. Pell City leading Shades Valley 14-7 at the half.
Pell City officially trying to pick up their first win, but would be their second on-field win of the season.
And then one more real quick. Weaver 41, Sac 16 in the fourth quarter.
We talked about it in our countdown to kickoff, and Ken Kofer doing a nice job. This record may not necessarily look like it, but Weaver also taking a step forward as far as their football program under another first-year coach.
Yes, they are, and it's good to see they've turned the corner and starting to play some good dominant football because Sacs does have a decent football team.
Well, I mean, we know what Jonathan Miller did with the Sacs program, being one of the most consistent programs, especially when it came to deep playoff runs in our area. Especially in Class 3A, other than Pete, they got overshadowed a lot by Piedmont as far as Steve Smith's just dynasty that he was able to build. But Jonathan Miller did an outstanding job before taking over at Piedmont.
He did.
Over on the north side of Anniston. Under 4 minutes remaining here in the third quarter. The penalty yards are assessed. So an iCare Alabama first down for Cedar Bluff. Game just dragging on here in the third quarter. Hunter Stallings taking his sweet time. Now hands off to Hunter Jenkins. Escapes. Now tries to round the corner far side. Gets surrounded and goes out of bounds with flags on the play.
Yeah, anytime you have a play go this long, something's going to go wrong. He was running for his life.
So flags on the play with 3:15 remaining in the third quarter. In my mind, the sloppiest FNN game of the week we've seen by far all season long. Coosa Christian has led wire to wire through the entire game, and they've scored a couple of touchdowns so far here in the third quarter. John David Justice with 2 passing touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns this evening.
I feel like I'm watching an Alabama Crimson Tide game.
That you might be, especially during the Jalen Hurts, Tua Tagovailoa, and Mac Jones era.
So we got holding
call against the Tigers.
Personal foul
against the Tigers.
Dead ball personal foul.
Another unsportsmanlike against the Conquerors.
So this game has quickly almost escalated out of control, as that's been about half a dozen personal foul or unsportsmanlike conduct penalties between both of these teams this evening. By the way, FNN Bank, as always, presents our FNN Game of the Week each and every week. We'll be down the road in Oxford. As there you see service solutions, among other things, that FNN Bank brings you as far as our Game of the Week. Our third quarter brought to you by Victory Law.
You know, with all these personal fouls, it comes a point as a referee, and I'm speaking from being an official, you know, it's time to go to the coaches and say, look, we need to clean this up, talk to your team, let's get out of here.
So if you were an official, do you consider going to the coaches and asking them to use a running clock at this point?
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
I think there was one game that I've done, actually one of my last games in doing high school football down in the Black Belt in Selma between A.L. Johnson and Keith High School. They had a fight late in the second quarter, and so they got together, actually, the coaches and the officials, and they had 2-minute quarters and a running clock to close out the game in the second half.
Yeah, you as an official, he got the best interest of the game. He can make that call.
Because here's the thing at this point, this game is long since over. I mean, we know who's going to win the ball game, and indeed, especially when you talk about high school football, you've got to keep the kids, the students, first and foremost in your mind when you're the officials.
Absolutely. The safety is the number one thing with this, and we've already seen a couple of injuries. You know, Cedar Bluff's just a little outmanned. You know, Coosa Christian is just dominant. They're big. They're strong. You got injuries. You got personal fouls. It's just time for the White Hat to take control of this game, get with the head coaches, and say, hey, let's clean this up, and let's get out of here.
So we'll find out what Roy Gunter has to tell us, our referee. Roy Gunter very busy tonight, telling us what seems like close to 20 penalties between these two teams tonight.
At least.
Yeah, it seems like a lot more than that, as it's been consistent, the amount of flags that have been thrown throughout this game tonight. So 3 minutes, 15 seconds to go in the third quarter. Another iCare Alabama first down on penalty for Cedar Bluff. So Cedar Bluff just trying to survive at this point. They only had 26 players. That's at full health coming into tonight for their 2023 season. They've already lost 2 players due to injury, including their starting quarterback, Caden Pack.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, you know, you'd want to bring in your second string, but, you know, you just don't have that kind of depth.
Yeah, you don't have the luxury. You don't have the options.
No. So now, you know, you want to – that's why that White Hat needs to take control of this and look out for player safety.
So I think Roy Gunter and his crew are certainly trying to do that. Sometimes there are circumstances where you can even try your best and you're just not able to do so, but certainly it'll be interesting to see how well that this officiating crew can try and keep things and hopefully, indeed, keep things under control.
Absolutely. Keep that clock running.
Referee Roy Gunter blows the ball back into play. And we'll have a whistle and a stoppage in play. We haven't had a snap for about the last 5 minutes in real time. A timeout on the field, and let's go ahead and take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Third quarter, late third quarter, 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining as we have both teams in their respective huddles, with Coosa Christian at the near sideline and across the way, Cedar Bluff, the visiting team. This game well in hand for Coosa Christian, up 59-7, as they led 14-0 after the first quarter, and they led 38-7 at halftime and have scored 3 touchdowns here in the third quarter. James Hardy, guest color analyst Brandon Steele, and our FNN crew here with you in Gadsden, Alabama. Homecoming night for Coosa Christian. Victory Law presents our third quarter. 1st and 10 after another personal foul penalty for Coosa Christian. Here's the option pitch. And trying to round the corner and gets taken down behind the backfield is Hunter Jenkins. So Hunter Jenkins will lose back to the 34-yard line. That's a loss of 12 yards on the play.
They just blew up the play, crashed the line of scrimmage, and Hunter Jenkins nowhere to go.
D&G Roofing with our second look tonight. Jaden Burns comes up on the stop from the linebacker spot. Finishes off the play on the tackle for loss for Coosa Christian. So at least should see more of Coosa Christian's reserves finish out this one. And hopefully we'll get to the finish line without anything major as far as extracurricular contact. Give goes to Jenkins as he'll lose about another yard back to the 33-yard line. So we're just slowly plodding along here in the third quarter. As usually about this time, even this type of game usually would be in the books by now, but numerous penalties, scores of penalties, in fact, have just drawn this game out and halted the pace of play tonight.
And Cedar Bluff is gassed. Coosa Christian is just imposing their will.
I'll tell you what, Brandon, if there was a white flag available for Cedar Bluff across the way, they would have been waving it long since now. Run off the right side, and so it'll be a couple of yards. Carson Webb getting his first carry. Under 90 seconds remaining in the third quarter. So it'll be a 4th down and 20 yards to go. An 82-yard kickoff return in the second quarter by Hunter Jenkins gave Cedar Bluff their only score of the evening, and it'll be punting time for Carter Dillingham. And we've seen Cleto Bryant, and it will be Cleet O'Brien to return. Among the returners, as it'll be a short punt, a high punt, and the catch by O'Brien. Fields around the 40. He's in the open field. Zigzags his way through the special teams for Cedar Bluff and advances to the 30-yard line.
But guess what?
Another flag.
And I believe it's going to be roughing the kicker.
And that's a roughing the kicker. Then we'll find out officially here from Roy Gunter.
There's another flag. Well, they picked it up.
Well, I think initially it might have been the beanbag as far as marking where the punt was caught. And yeah, there.
The yellow hanky back there in the back.
There you go. We'll find out from Roy Gunter. Certainly getting his camera time this evening is Roy Gunter. And a lot of it for good reason. So Roy Gunter taking his time to get at least some explanation from his colleagues in the zebra stripes.
Coosa Christian's just not letting up, just like the coach said at halftime. They want to.
Here comes Roy Gunter.
Got running into the kicker. Defense.
Running into the kicker.
Personal foul on offense.
Foul
Penalties offset. We'll replay 4th down.
So another personal foul penalty. So it's been it's been the chippiest game we've seen here on FNN the entire season.
Well, you said Coosa Christian came in here with a chip on their shoulder, and they are playing.
Well, they're playing exactly
chippy.
that. Exactly. They'll replay the punt. Running into the kicker, what would have been a 5-yard penalty, and a re-kick. And then throw in that 15-yard personal foul. So offsetting penalties, and we'll replay the punt. Football at the 34-yard line. Dillingham patiently waiting for the punt. Clock slowly ticking its way to triple zeros here in the third quarter.
I think that's what he's waiting on, see if we can get to the fourth quarter.
Well, he may be able to do so as the play clock and the game clock are about even. And so this might very well be the final play of the third quarter. There's snap, kick, a short end-over-end kick. Gets a solid roll for Cedar Bluff and comes to a stop at the 35-yard line as we are through 3 quarters of play. Mercifully through the third quarter as Coosa Christian leads 59-7.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Here in Gadsden, what was a super long third quarter that took almost an hour by itself. As the final 12 minutes about to roll on here at Coosa Christian. And your score at 59-7 in favor of the Coosa Christian Conquerors. Perez Flooring and More brings you our fourth quarter.
Got a few finals. Hope's Bluff 35, Ohatchee 6, Central High School Clay County 48, Sylacauga 0, and Spring Garden 39, Pleasant Valley 14.
Oh, solid win for Spring Garden, a non-region game, by the way, between those two teams. So after a 5-game winning streak, Pleasant Valley has now lost 3 in a row.
I told you Spring Garden's tough at home.
Oh, that Spring Garden has a rock-solid program in Class 1A. And that was actually one of the victories that Coosa Christian had to forfeit due to the ineligible player ruling by the AHSAA.
That's right. Forgot about that.
And also, that was one of the better wins on the season for Cedar Bluff a couple weeks ago.
Yes, it was.
1st and 10 to begin the fourth quarter. East back to the line of scrimmage and no further. So you have a couple of tacklers for Cedar Bluff. Alex Beatty, the linebacker, helps out on the tackle. And we have a personal foul for Cedar Bluff.
Okay, it's time for the White Hat to get involved here.
So that'll stop the clock momentarily as the officials will assess the penalty yardage. I've lost track of how many personal foul penalties we've seen just in this second half. The football advances to midfield on the penalty. I Care Alabama first down via penalty. And we'll have a whistle and a timeout on the field. Timeout for Coosa Christian. Let's just go ahead and take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week just beginning the fourth quarter. There's going to be a lot of 99-cent bags of ice from Grub Mart that will need to be handed out for both of these teams after the game tonight.
Yeah, a few bags, 99 cents.
Maybe the whole store from the Grub Mart, as they're that home of the 99-cent bag of ice.
I like the popcorn bucket too.
They've always been pretty good at that as well. Perez Flooring and More brings you our fourth quarter as well. Justice chunks it down the field into double coverage, and that is complete off the bobble.
Wow.
Completion for Grayson Malone on the first down.
Look at Hunter.
There you see Justice uncorking that down the field. D&G Roofing shows you that went through a defender for Cedar Bluff and then off of the bounce.
Hit him in the face mask.
And Malone able to get the juggling catch.
Unbelievable.
Justice on the roll. Throw is incomplete. First game for Coosa Christian in 3 weeks, so trying to at least get some practice when it comes to the playbook. But also
a little surprised they're throwing.
Wanting to make a little statement, I guess, around the state of Alabama tonight.
Well, the coach said, he was going to make a statement, and he seemed very firm in his statement at halftime.
Well, I think one thing they want to do is get the win tonight, obviously, win their next 2 region games, and then do some business in the playoffs. Justice throws incomplete. So that goes through the hands of Caleb Edmondson, the primary man in coverage for Cedar Bluff. And it looks as if we have an injured player for Coosa Christian.
Looks like a leg cramp.
And in fact, it'll be the intended receiver in Dylan Edwards that jumps up. He will get some assistance going to the sideline near side.
Now, see, this is what you don't want to happen. I mean, you got to make some wins here. You got to get into the playoffs, and then here you are. You're up 59-7, and you got a player injured.
I would love to ask Coach Eddie Bullock this as far as just handling your team at this point of the game, not only tonight, but when it comes to really the rest of the season, trying to manage your roster going down the stretch of the season for especially a team like Coosa Christian. Here's East with a penalty flag on the play as he goes in for the touchdown. Let's see who gets the flag, and they'll immediately call it a hold.
Great run by East, but again, a hold.
So we'll see one of our best friends tonight in Roy Gunter.
Real quick, our neighbors across the interstate there, 42-7 over May Jemison, Gadsden City. Big win tonight.
And I believe that was a Gadsden City win, if I'm not mistaken.
Gadsden City.
So obviously May Jemison, coached by former Anniston coach Rico White.
On the offense.
That's the third time tonight that a holding penalty has negated a touchdown for Coosa Christian.
Piedmont 58, Glencoe 12.
Solid win for Jonathan Miller's squad over in Piedmont. A much-needed win when it comes to playoff positioning. East on the pitch, near side, head of steam, goes to the end zone. Touchdown, Coosa Christian.
Nothing you can do there. East, he wasn't even touched. Strolled right into the end zone.
And you can just see on the faces of Cedar Bluff, they are ready to get this game over. 65-7. Those train horns certainly indicate the head of steam that East has on this touchdown run.
Not even touched.
30-yard touchdown run. Jaden Burns back out for the extra point.
He's going to need that 99-cent bag of ice for that leg.
Well, you're right about that as the PAT up and good. Timeout on the field, 66-7 in favor of Coosa Christian here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. fourth quarter. The third touchdown of the night on the ground by Joseph East of Coosa Christian. 10:35 remaining in the ball game. This has to be one of the longest FNN games of the week that we've seen, certainly in my time doing games for the FNN game of the weekend. Yeah, just hearing Jim as far as his more than a decade of airing the FNN game of the week, certainly one of, if not the longest FNN game of the week we've ever had.
It has been long, but I'm having a good time.
Too bad we don't have a media guide, because you could probably put that in there as far as length of games over the last 13 seasons. Touchback coming up. Jaden Burns boots it into the end zone for the touchback.
Great leg.
66-7. I imagine that as far as the film work for the next couple of weeks for Cedar Bluff, I think you know, Brandon, where that film is going to go for Cedar Bluff.
Absolutely.
Back on campus. And let's just say it is not on the monitor.
Yes, sir. Walter Welborn 30, Randolph County 25, final.
Give a lot of credit to what Walter Welborn and Coach Jeff Smith have done over the last month. They started the season 0-2, losing to Anniston and Ohatchee, and they have not lost since.
No. Very dominant.
That's a huge win for Coach Jeff Smith's squad and the Walter Welborn Panthers. Dive right up the middle. Hunter Jenkins on the call across the 20 to the 22-yard line. And Jeff Smith and Walter Welborn, one of those teams that you know what you're going to get out of them as far as just blue-collar, grinded-out football. And speaking of solid football, we're going to be at Oxford next week at Lamar Field for one of the biggest 6A games in the state next week. Number 2, Clay Chalkfield. Number 9, Oxford next week for our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Countdown to kickoff at 6:30 and kickoff at 7 o'clock.
I'm calling the upset, Oxford.
Well, we'll find out about this time next Friday. Hunter Stallings will lose about a yard.
Another big score, Moody 60, St. Clair County 0.
That was, of course, last night, so Moody in position if they can get a win against Leeds in that 4-11 battle next week, to where they'll be playing Southside for a region championship.
Geraldine 30, Westbrook Christian 7. Smith taking it on the chin.
And there you see Leeds with, at least at last report, a big halftime lead. Springville playing one of their best games of the season against Lincoln. Lincoln's homecoming, by the way, tonight. And Scottsboro getting it done on the road at Sardis. We'll have a timeout on the field here in the fourth quarter. Perez Flooring and More brings you our fourth quarter as we have another flag on the field. So some more laundry on the playing surface. So let's...
Delay of game. Offense.
So delay of game on the offense, but I don't think we've gone over the final, a very surprising final for White Plains.
Oh, yeah. Where's the White Plains at on here? I just had them.
Because I know they've gone through a few things as far as the central office in Montgomery, but responding very well ever since. So they were playing Cleburne County tonight. Give up the middle goes to Jenkins. Buries himself into the line as we're under 9 minutes left in the ball game. And I know White Plains was leading wire to wire against Cleburne County this evening. At least as of last report, they were very much on their way to a huge victory tonight.
41-10 over Cleburne County.
Oh, a huge, huge win. A big congratulations to Coach Blake Jennings and White Plains, as we actually had them on in the FNN Coaches Show about 2 weeks ago or so, right after, at least right now, the cancellation of what would have been Anniston's homecoming game against White Plains. So certainly Blake Jennings and the White Plains football team able to turn things around over the last couple of weeks. 4th down and 11, less than 8 minutes remaining until we mercifully get to the finish line tonight. Hey, I just have to be honest with you folks. As much as Cedar Bluff is ready to get this game over with, yours truly is ready to get this game over with.
Oh, now. At least you're in good company.
This is true now.
Right.
And we certainly appreciate our folks watching us for tuning in, as well as our family of sponsors, Perez Flooring and more, here in the 4th quarter. Also, Urban Ristique, one of our season-long partners here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. There's a sky-high wobbler, as it'll turn into a solid kick thanks to Carter Dillingham, one of the team captains tonight for the coin toss. Urban Ristique, that all-in-one vendor under one roof vendor market on Highway 78 in Oxford. And don't forget, they've got their fall festival coming up in just a couple of weeks on Saturday, October the 28th, 9 to 9 p. And they're going to have a lot of fun activities as far as their costume contest, dunk tank, pumpkin painting, apple bobbing, and also their spooktacular costume contest on October the 28th. A loose ball, and we've got, another flag on the play.
Unbelievable. I've never seen this in my time of football, this many flags.
So a flag on the play with 7:13 remaining in the game. You had East turn the corner. Personal foul going on the Tigers of Cedar Bluff. Well, this game certainly will not be going in the Alabama High School Hall of Fame after tonight.
Absolutely not.
It might go in an instruction manual as far as things not to do on the football field.
Got to give a shout out to my Weaver Bearcats, 41-24 over Sachs.
And that's a good win, solid win for Weaver.
That'll give the Conquerors a first down.
As you look, we'll talk about as far as the Walter Wellborn win, what it means to them as Justice throws to the near side. That'll be complete for minimal yardage and another flag on the play. So Eli Moats gets the reception. No flag on the play. So a minimal gain, maybe a half yard. Under 7 minutes to go in the game. An audible at the line of scrimmage for Justice. Joseph East, the running back. Justice, time, tosses toward the end zone, and it is incomplete.
Good job by number 6.
So knocked out of there. As mentioned, Samson Mallett, who had an interception earlier this evening, comes up with the pass deflection. And had a chance to look at Walter Wellborn's schedule earlier this week as far as after this week, and they've got a very favorable region schedule down the stretch. And with that win tonight at Randolph County, they're in the catbird seat as far as not only getting a first-round home game, but winning Class 3A Region 4.
Yeah, it's now that, Piedmont is out of there. You got, like I said, Wellborn going down to Randolph County, winning 30-25. Awesome.
Snap. And it'll be the keeper. Lowering his head. Bangs forward. Does justice the quarterback. More extracurricular activity behind the play, and looks as if a flag on the play.
Third down plays are run by John David Justice.
Looks as if Caden Fife was in the area of a personal foul. take the timeout. 5 minutes and change remaining in tonight's ball game as the score now up to 73-7 in favor of Coosa Christian. Coming down the home stretch tonight of the FNN High School football game of the week, Perez Flooring and More with our fourth quarter. James Hardy, along with Brandon Steele, our guest color analyst. We'll have Coach Eddie Bullock rejoin us next week for a huge region matchup in Class 6A Region 6. Our FNN game of the week next week. Countdown to kickoff begins at 6:30 for number 2 Clay Chalkville and number 9 Oxford.
That's going to be a good one.
And then we'll have our battle for the belt in a couple of weeks over in Moody as Burns kicks it away. It'll be Jenkins from his own 5-yard line. Skips around a tackler and falls down around the 15-yard line. And talking with Coach Marco Bryant earlier this week as far as who he sees as far as some of the better teams when it comes to their competition in the North Division in Class 1A. For Coosa Christian, Wadley certainly at the top of the list due to their speed, Lynn due to their physical play, and Pickens County with their overall athleticism.
I like Coosa Christian.
Certainly, I think when you ask all of those 3 teams and the rest of the North Division, they would probably say the same thing.
Yeah, if they exchange films this weekend, it's going to be an eye-opener.
Jenkins lowers the shoulder across the line of scrimmage for about a couple of yards. Clock continues to just slowly bleed its way to the finish line.
Coosa Christian just has so many weapons. East, Justice, you got their field goal kicker. Who was that? Malakote, the other running back. Scored
Eli Moats.
Eli Moats. He scored a couple of touchdowns. I mean, just like pick your poison.
Yeah, Joseph, he certainly, I think when it comes to a playoff game, especially a late-round playoff game, that is a valuable asset, and you cannot ever take for granted a kicker, someone like Jaden Burns, especially as you've mentioned, 1A, that can really make a difference late in the game. Jenkins lowers his shoulder around the left side, and that's not going to get very far on aggressive defense by Coosa Christian.
Cedar Bluff's let's just run this ball and get out of here.
Yeah, Grant Morgan helping out on the tackle for the Conquerors. They've more than conquered their task tonight, but they still need to win out in region play thanks to the four forfeits and also including 3 in region play already. So they have to win out to officially punch their ticket to the playoffs.
Well, they're off to a good start.
So that's the exact type of start that Coosa Christian needs. Bouncing out of a tackle and a fumble on the play. At the bottom of the pile, it is Coosa Christian coming out with it. Grant Morgan on the recovery.
Yeah, he just got hit right on the football with a helmet, and out it popped.
D&G Roofing with our replay look as Morgan comes out with the football. So 1st and 10. Clock stops with 3:40 remaining till the end of the game.
Now, what do you do if you're Coosa Christian? You punch it in?
Why not?
I mean,
they just do what they continue to have done so far this evening. First game on the field in 3 weeks. They had an off week last week. Their scheduled game against Heritage Christian out of Columbus, Mississippi, canceled due to a tragic incident in the Heritage Christian family as there's a flag on the play, but not before Eli Moats catches a touchdown pass, his first of the night.
Justice to Moats, wide open in the end zone. Really surprised they're throwing it, but as we said, why not?
You know, I'm going to be very interested at Garrett Crane and Mark O'Brien's pleasantries after the game at midfield, especially after that pass.
I would love to hear a hot mic.
I'd love to be on a fly on the wall for that. Personal foul goes on Cedar Bluff.
Wow.
So a hit after the play makes it 79-7. You think Coosa Christian might want to save some points for the rest of the season in the playoffs after this?
I doubt it.
There's the PAT that's up, and it is good. So we'll take the timeout. 80-7, 3:33 remaining in the ball game on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
Plodding along to the finish line tonight here in Gadsden. Still 3 minutes, 33 seconds until we conclude tonight's blowout from Coosa Christian, up 80-7 over Cedar Bluff.
If we're here any longer, I'm going to start giving you college scores.
I've actually seen a 91-28 game in Malcolm Butler's final UWA game in 2013, a decade ago.
Wow.
So that's the highest scoring college game I've seen in person.
Well, we got 3 minutes left. We'll see.
I think this has been the highest high school scoring game in a high school game that I've ever seen, Brandon.
80-7.
Here's the short kickoff from the 40 after the personal foul penalty from Cedar Bluff. This will be fair called along the near sideline at the 15-yard line. So due to the length of the game, once the game concludes, we'll just be slowly, or at least quickly, I should say, getting our way out of here and sending you in progress to the Bucks Island Scoreboard Show. So a big thanks to all of our FNN crew for another job well done this season, or tonight, and also throughout this season. And we still have a lot more games to go as far as this 2023 high school football season.
It's moving on by quick, though, isn't it? Goodness gracious.
That it has. I remember our first 2 games in week 0 that we took to Ohatchee and then across the Neely Henry Dam over to Raglan on what was a scorching hot week 0 of the season.
Oh, yeah, I was there.
Definitely remember Eddie Bullock and myself sitting out there in low 90s weather for Ohatchee and Sachs as Jenkins tripped up at the line of scrimmage. Definitely like the cooler weather once you especially get to October. And also the point of the season when you have make or break ball games for a lot of these teams around the state of Alabama.
Yeah, that's what you got now. Like you said, Coosa Christian, they're going to have to win out to make the playoffs. As Coach said at halftime, he wants to make a statement. I think he's done it.
Well, we saw last week Southside make a statement against Leeds High School in a 23-13 wire-to-wire victory, a breakthrough win and the best win in the coaching career for Miles Holcomb, as they're actually off this week. Give up the middle goes to Jenkins, plunges forward for a couple, and I wonder if you were coaching Brandon, or let's say if you were playing for Southside, had that win last week, would you want to go out for another game or have an open week this week?
Oh, I'd want to keep rolling. Those off weeks in high school and college, sometimes you come out flat.
That's something once we get to our battle for the belt, when I have a chance to visit Coach Miles Holcomb again, I may actually ask him as far as that coaching visit during the week.
Well, that depends. If you're needing to get healed up and you're needing to make some adjustments, now that's a whole different story, But if you're hot and you're winning, you want to keep rolling.
Third down play.
Clock goes under 2 minutes to go in tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Don't forget, we'll have the FNN Coaches Show on Tuesday to review another critical region week across our area as a timeout for Cedar Bluff. Our fourth quarter brought to you by Perez Flooring and More, as there you see also our FNN 24/7 Sports Channel 1 that you can see our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, and of course your home for local high school sports here in the area. FNN Coaches Show coming up Tuesday night from Struts Wings in Oxford. Be sure to pay attention to our socials as far as who we will have as far as that Tuesday night lineup this week. Also, we're going to award another FNN Player of the Week this week. Won't have Joe Medley again this week because of Jacksonville State Gamecock football Tuesday for the second straight week. But Jim Jacobs and yours truly will be back with you this week from Struts Wings in Oxford.
Well, JSU getting a lot of TV time doing this Tuesday night stuff.
And they've had a really good season for their first official season as an FBS member.
They have. I'm enjoying the Tuesday night games.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You get to the part of the year at the collegiate level and the pro level combined where you have games basically every day of the week.
I love it.
Especially when you throw in Tuesday and Wednesday Maction action. Fourth down punting scenario. Dillingham punted away and punted it off to the left. Didn't get much distance on it as it maybe gets to the 19-yard line.
Yeah, Coosa Christian was bringing the house, and you could see it in his eyes. He was just trying to get it out of there and shanked it off his foot.
So it'll be first down and 10. Let's see. Well, we've seen about everything tonight as far as Coosa Christian, so will they try and add one for the road this evening?
Why not?
Not enough time, more than likely, to get to 90 tonight. That's certainly a season-high 80 this evening. Late substitution on the field for Cedar Bluff. Joseph East rounds the corner, knocked out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Joseph East, a busy man, has had an excellent night this evening at running back.
Oh, my gosh, he has. He has been a beast.
3 touchdowns on the ground.
Are you surprised they're not going to a knee?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all. Snap, and East barrels his way into the end zone for the touchdown.
We're getting close to that 91.
87, however, as that is, or 86 officially now, as the touchdown once again for Joseph East, number 4 of the evening.
Much cleaner second half for Coosa Christian as they got bombarded with penalties the first half, even though they were ahead and dominant. But you still didn't want to see those penalties, because you're going into some serious region games, and you got to clean that up. And this second half has been a lot cleaner.
Absolutely. PAT on the way. Burns, perfect once again. We'll take the timeout. Down the home stretch, 1:29 remaining in the ball game. Coosa Christian dominating here in Gadsden.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
From the Loft Tackle Store.
from the team in service,
From the team in parks.
From the sales team.
From the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Domination tonight here in Gadsden as Coosa Christian needing to win their final 3 region games to punch their ticket in Class 1A playoffs. As we come down the home stretch, just under 90 seconds remaining in tonight's ball game. Now, we've likely or probably seen the last offensive possession for Coosa Christian tonight, but let's hold off on saying anything beyond that. And over in Pooch kick. Lands right in the middle of the field as Cedar Bluff does recover it thanks to Hunter Stallings. And I couldn't blame Cedar Bluff. They just decided to take some knees. And
that's exactly what I was about to say. Just go to a knee.
And just run this clock out and get on out of here and get back up Highway 411 and Highway 9 to go home.
Exactly. Get to the off week.
Caden Pack injured in the second quarter. Obviously has not returned with how much the game has gotten out of hand tonight.
Yeah, and that really put them one-dimensional, and Coosa Christian just honed in on it.
Yeah, that basically sealed any sort of opportunities to be competitive tonight for Cedar Bluff. 1:24 remaining in tonight's ball game. A fumble on the play, and a loose ball, and it'll be Coosa Christian getting the fumble and taking it in for the touchdown.
Well, there's your record score.
Yeah, there's in the 90s now. DJ Mackey scoops up the fumble and scores a defensive touchdown. So Coosa Christian now has scored offensively, defensively, and on special teams when it comes to touchdowns tonight.
You couldn't ask much more from your team. He's definitely sending a message.
Oh, yeah. That he has. So 93-7.
I feel bad for Cedar Bluff.
I do too.
I mean, really. Come on.
I think even a lot of the Coosa Christian faithful has to feel some sort of sympathy for Cedar Bluff tonight as the kick is up and good. I wonder how a lot of the teams around the state of Alabama will see this score. 94-7 late in the fourth quarter here in the FNN High School football game of the week.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
From the Loft Tackle Store.
From the team in service.
From the team in parts.
From the sales team.
From the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we
$500 over invoice. Now at Tony Sarah Ford. Every new Ford on the lot, $500 over invoice when you trade in finance with Tony Sarah Ford. Plus 3.9% financing for 72 months. Save thousands on new F-150s and more. All backed by Sarah's lifetime warranty. No charge. Every new Ford, $500 over invoice at Tony Sarah Ford. In Sylacauga, TonySarahFord.com.
Welcome back to the AHSA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. JJ and Andy with you for Week 7 of the Alabama High School Athletic Association season tonight. And for the first time tonight, we are going to go to the Southeastern Land Group hotline. Whether you're buying or selling rural land in the Southeast, Southeastern Land Group is the place to start. Visit selandgroup.com. Kamari Darrington, Tallapoosa Publishers, joins us. Wanted to talk a little bit about Trinity and St. James tonight. Kamari, I mentioned this at the open of the show. We talked with the WAKA-TV sports director early in the season, I think first or second week, and asked her for a team that she was maybe under the radar she was keeping an eye on this year. She mentioned Trinity, so I've been following them, and they're rolling along and winning games, and they get ranked in the top 10, come into this week at number 9, and go on the road to face St. James, but St. James was just too much, 47-8.
He's got 12 touchdown catches this year. He didn't even make a catch in the first game of the season. And so you see how explosive this offense is. They're just getting Clint Hauser back also. And he scored a touchdown tonight too. So it was all St. James after Trinity came out and got the first points of the game. And St. James, when you're a defending state champion, you kind of expect to get everybody's best shot right away. And they did, and they responded in a big way. And they responded. When you look at the games other than against Hanley and Charles Henderson, they're scoring almost 50 points a game. So St. James' offense, when they're on, they're tough to stop, and they had over 400 yards of offense tonight. And Trinity just a team that had only given up 13 points a game just did not have enough firepower to slow down St. James.
Looks like St. James is the class of 3A Region 3. And everybody else behind them is just kind of a mangled mess there. I mean, Trinity was
It's game day. And from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store, from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Get the look of summer year-round at Sunkissed Tanning in Alexandria. Life's an adventure. Adjust as you go. It's the time of year when your schedule is busier than ever. You'll find level 4 bronzing beds, spray tanning, or a tanning booth to meet all your tanning needs. Refer 3 friends and get a free visit. With school back in, maintain your summer color with a full line of enhancer lotions. You'll also find extended hours during the season. Call 256-403-6014 or follow us on Instagram and Facebook for special offers. Sunkissed Tanning, Suite E in the shopping center next to Foodland in Alexandria.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Hey, this is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, Good luck and have a great and safe season.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship, plus they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Over Decatur, number 5 Mountain Brook, 10 to Falls to number 6 Parker, 13-10. Number 7 Helena was idle. Number 8 Hartselle defeated Athens 21-14. Number 9 Oxford had an open week as well. Number 10 Theodore defeated Blunt 35-0.
Other scores from 6A St. Paul's over Robertsdale 54-14. It was Pike Road over Russell County 63-27. Sidney Lanier over Stanhope Elmore 32-24. Briarwood Christian over Calera 38-0. It was Homewood over Chilton County 34-13. Paul Bryant over Brookwood 27-0. It was Hueytown over McAdory 20-15. Central Tuscaloosa over Northridge 13-12. Gardendale over Minor 61-49 is what we had at last report. It was Shades Valley over Pell City 24-21. Center Point over Pinson Valley 32-19. Coleman over Columbia 49-0. Buckhorn over Lee Huntsville 34-22. Gadsden City over May Jemison 42-13. And Fort Payne defeats Hazel Green 35-14. Scores on the Fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wiggles Pickles. We'll go up north next. Talk Cherokee County football next.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours. Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Are you ready for a real education that fits your life? The 24 colleges of the Alabama Community College System offer real degrees in real campus life. Full-time or part-time, there are options for everyone, from adult education and certifications to degree programs and workforce training. Experience real-life education at its best, your version of success in your community on your time. Visit accs.edu and begin your journey at your local community college.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care, open 7 days a week. Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Alabama Power first generated hydro energy in 1914 at Lay Dam, harnessing the power of water to bring electricity to our state. Today, more than a century later, Lay Dam is one of 14 Alabama Power hydro plants that provides Alabamians clean, reliable, affordable energy with zero emissions. And it's one more way we're helping elevate Alabama.
The taste of the South starts out here. However you roll into work, you can bring the flavor with Jack's Breakfast Catering. Huge scratch-made buttermilk biscuits and hearty breakfast sandwiches, mixed or matched, starting at just $15. Don't forget to add delicious fresh ground Royal Cup coffee and classic breakfast sides, because great work starts with great breakfast. Breakfast catering starting at $15 from Jack's. all about the South.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
It's time for the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, Players of the Week, recognizing outstanding performances on the gridiron. Brought to you by Main Street